gun-toting patriot, God-fearing patriot. Bryson, why they mad? Cause I'm real and they be faking it. Free speech advocate, it's on my mind, I'm saying it. I'm about to buy another gun and ain't nobody taking it. Gun-toting, Bible reading, God believing, truth speaking American. This MAGA season, Democrats committing treason. I know they think it's sweet, but you don't know who you dealing with. This for free thinkers only. You ain't got no membership. They free General Flint out the cage, cause he innocent. Barton Roger Stone, cause the run know that he innocent. We need to kick out every single illegal immigrant. Mandatory voter ID laws we need to implement. Tell Justice Smollett that I know this MAGA country. Tell China we know they.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to the XJW Political Corner. Tonight is the first night we are simultaneously streaming on Jimmy Bell's YouTube channel. So I want to say hello to all of his viewers right now. If you can hear me, let me know. Can you hear me, Jimmy? Oh, man. We can hear Jimmy. I can hear you, but I don't know if you guys can hear me. Let me know if you can hear me in the chat. Okay, so hop off and then hop back on. See if that works. I also got King Tony backstage. I'm going to bring her up now. All right, King Tony, can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay, so we're going to wait for Jimmy to come back on. Okay, thank you. Daisy Do from the chat. She says she can hear us. Okay, Jimmy, can you hear me now?
I can. It's a little low, but I can hear you now. I couldn't hear you before.
Okay, I don't know.
Hey, Tony. What's up, girl?
Sorry about that. Okay, can you hear me now? We're good?
Yeah, I think so. I'm a jump out again and come back in because it might be mine. For some reason, it's like low, and then when I go out and come back in, it's louder. So hang on just a second, folks.
Okay, so it's just me and King Tony. All right.
Hi, everyone.
Yes. Let's say hi to everybody in the chat. We always got John Marciano. He's always the first one in the chat. We got King Tony here saying hello to everybody. Hi, Rosie. Hey, Jay. He says, I'm sending my letter on Friday. Oh, yeah. I put the poll in my chat on my channel. I can't control Jimmy's chat, but I put a poll to see if you sent your letter on my chat. Doreen says, good evening, everyone. Finishing up on my personal letter to add to the envelope. Would be sending it off this weekend. Awesome.
Nice.
Amazing, guys. Yeah, Jimmy's loud and clear. Yeah, we could hear Jimmy. It's like he can't hear us because I guess he's on a mobile. All right. John Marciano says, I hear you all really loud. Oh, okay. Let me make sure. Okay. Nice to see you guys. Wow, the whole gang is here. We got Joseph in the chat, Shaq Composer. All right. Let me know who else is in the chat. I'm also streaming on my X page. So if you are watching from X, I will see your chat on YouTube. So let me know. Okay, Jimmy.
There we go. That's better.
Okay, got you now. I set everything up. So we are streaming on both of our channels and X. So we have about 5 viewers from your channel. That's pretty good for our first night.
Yay! Welcome to Ruby's channel, my viewers, my subscribers.
Yes. I am so happy that I've had Jimmy on here for such a long time. So now we can stream on both of our channels since he's been such a big contributor. You know, it's only nice to have it also on his channel so that we're live at the exact same time. We see your chats. I just don't know which channel you're chatting from, but I can see it, you know, in the chat. I can see it all together. Oh, Wild Bull. Hey, Wild. He's in the chat.
I swear, I'm having technical issues tonight. Between my lights and my volume, oh my God.
You gotta get ready like 30 minutes before.
you'd think I'd never done this before.
Yeah, and if King Tony didn't call me today, I would have been running all over the place too. Thank God she called me. I was taking a nap, and I was like, "Oh, I'll wait till like 8:30." Nope, I would have missed it.
Screw it.
Hi, Ladybud in the chat.
Let's just go with this light. I'll turn this one off. There we go. That's fine.
Okay, yeah, you look good. You look good.
Okay, there we go. It's
All
done.
right, everybody. So this is the XJW Political Corner for anybody who's watching on Jimmy's channel. I started the show about 8-9 months ago, and Jimmy has just been a natural, frequent guest on my show. So we've got a great idea to stream on both channels. So Jimmy is going to contribute a lot because me and King Tony are going to ask a million questions, and also the chat. But we learn together, you know, we're still pretty young, and we are into conspiracy theories. We're into politics. We're into voting. We're into literally everything under the sun. The other day, Tony was in the chat sending pictures of the moon because that's how skeptical she is. If the moon is real or not. Or what star is next to the moon because it doesn't look real. I'm telling you, I knew Tony was going to go off the deep end because I've been there, but that's how our uncle was. And that's what really brought us together. And we would laugh and we would talk, and we really dived into the flat earth theory and the fake moon landing and the CIA with Charles Manson. You know, Tony has gone off so many deep ends.
Oh my goodness, it's never ending.
Yeah, we've gone down quite a few rabbit holes, and there's more to go. That's for damn sure. So,
yep. Jimmy, King Tony called me this week, and she was rambling about the Rothschild and how David Weiss had a podcast with Timothy Rothschild, and she was going crazy. And I said, look, just because his last name is Rothschild doesn't really mean anything. She goes, no, we got to research. We got to look into this. And I'm like, okay, we'll look into it, but don't throw the guy away just because his last name is Rothschild. I mean, I know the history and the conspiracy, but come on.
Well, I'm kind of with her on that. They're a Rothschild. I don't know. I kind of feel the same way she does a little bit on that. But I agree. You can't throw the baby out with the bathwater. But
I'm trying.
But I was telling her that just because he collaborated with,
she reels me back in.
Yes. And just because they had a collaboration doesn't mean that David Weiss doesn't believe in what he preaches. I mean, I do think he genuinely believes what he is. Maybe he was being funded by Timothy, or maybe they wanted to reach a greater audience, and his name would definitely bring that. I mean, you never know what it could be. But I still think that David still believes in the flat earth. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't believe he's just getting paid to say stupid stuff. I think he believes in it.
Yeah. I mean, his passion comes across as something that he would believe in. So that's how I feel about that.
Go ahead, Jimmy.
I was just going to say real quick, for the folks that are on my channel, I just want to put in a little disclaimer in here for this video before we even start.
Yes.
I want to prepare you folks for this. Here's the reason why. Oh my God, apparently that light didn't charge up over the last 2 days. Oh well, so we go with this. We're going with the lantern.
Okay, go ahead.
So anyway, on my channel this week, since we've been so busy with the Operation Spotlight stuff, I have gained quite a number of new subscribers on my channel. I appreciate that. Thank you so very much. I love you all. Here's the thing, though. Most of the folks that became new subscribers are XJWs. I don't know what your for the new folks that have joined, I don't know what your political beliefs are, your political leanings. I don't know. I don't even know if you have any. But for me, I do have my political viewpoint on things, and I express it openly, honestly, and passionately. So All I'm asking is if you are an XJW that has joined my channel and now you're watching this show, please just be patient with us, because we do talk about a lot of things that you may not even resonate with. The reason I'm saying this is because when I was in the XJW community 2019, a little bit of 2020, people loved me. They loved what I was doing. They loved the work we were doing. But as soon as I went political, I got stabbed in the back by a lot of the folks that I thought were my friends. And it's only because they didn't agree with what I was saying at that time. And so over the last 4 years, I've been able to grow a thicker skin, and I've also been able to understand how to talk to folks that have a differing viewpoint than I do. So I'm just asking, I'm fighting 2 wars. I'm fighting Watchtower, but I'm also fighting the deep state propaganda narrative, global new world order, and the Illuminati. So you can choose to support me in one of those wars or both. It's up to you. So I'm just saying, you're going to hear some things that you're going to be like, what the? And when we're together, this is kind of like sitting around outside, chilling by a fire or whatever, and just having a conversation with one another. So I just wanted to put that out there for the folks that are watching from my channel. And I thank you.
All right, Jimmy. Yeah, thank you for that. And just to add on to that, Jimmy's views are not mine or Tony's. My views are not Jimmy's or Tony's. You know what I'm saying? I don't want to make it seem like I'm grouping everybody on this stage as believing everything that we're talking about. These are 3 very different people, 3 very different perspectives, but we all come from the cult of Jehovah's Witnesses. And now that we are no longer in that cult, we are allowing ourselves to speculate and to go down a rabbit hole and to get political and get opinionated for the first time in our lives. And that really has educated me on politics. It's just, to open your mind is a really scary thing, but at least we're doing it together. And that's why I put the disclaimer before the stream. You know, we're so used to being neutral that it sometimes carry on later on in our lives. But I made a vow to myself that I would never be neutral ever again in my life about anything, and that I would read and do research about everything that I was interested in, and that I would become opinionated about something. I never wanted to be lukewarm again in my life. So Jimmy is that kind of safe person that allowed me personally to open that up on the internet. And then I started the show so that I can show you guys how open we are. And sometimes that doesn't rub everybody the right way, but that's okay. We're just hanging out together and talking about current things, but also having fun. Like, this is not supposed to be serious and judgmental or pointing fingers. No, we're just here to have fun.
Yeah, and if I start getting passionate and I go on a rant, I'm going to end up cussing. So just throwing it out there. It's going to happen.
Yep. I think there was a chat that I wanted to bring up.
Okay.
Oh, from Lady Bud. She says, I'm such a conspiracy girl that even my kids are turning into one too. My 8-year-old said that the aliens live on the dark side of the moon. That's funny.
That's
Who said that? Who
That's
said
what
that? Lady Bud.
Yep.
That's what I saw.
I mean, hey, Ruby, you know that one video I sent you with the rabbit?
I think so. Was it Alice in Wonderland Rabbit? That one?
It was on your DMs that I sent you this afternoon. It had the rabbit one. That would be a perfect time to play that video.
Okay, hold on. Let me go to my DMs real quick. Dang, I should have had this ready. Sorry.
I know.
All
See,
right.
I actually ended up turning on the shop light now, and it's too freaking bright, and there's like a glare. So once I need to charge my phone, I'll switch it over, and I'll go back to my little portable lights so I can charge my phone. But hey, it is what it is.
Okay, let me see. I'm going through our DMs now. You sent me a video about PSYOPs. You sent me a link about the Wright report.
Yeah, we're going to get that. We're going to get that later.
Okay, I don't see any video about a rabbit, but I do think I saw one on X that was connecting a lot of like different conspiracies about the white rabbit. and Baron Trump. There was like a conspiracy about that.
Oh yeah,
you-
yeah. This was a more funny video. It's probably from my Facebook. I think it's the second one I sent you, second to the last one I sent you. It's just funny, and it would go along with what Ladybud just said.
Okay, let me. Is you said on Facebook? I'll check Facebook real quick. Let's see, Jimmy Bell on Facebook.
Oh, no, I was saying the DM I sent you came from my Facebook page.
Oh no! Now I'm going through all these DMs. No, I don't got nothing. Dang it!
Dang it!
Really? That sucks. Oh, is it with that lady? With a woman?
Let me see. Oh, and guys, we usually start out kind of slow. We're just kind of hanging out, but we're gonna get into stuff. Just bear with us. No, it's like the one. That's a good one, but that's for later.
Ah, boy, I don't have it. Sorry, Jimmy.
Okay. Oh well. Dang.
Dang it. Okay, but there's always next Tuesday, so don't worry, we'll find it.
Yeah, it's a really good one.
Okay, Jay says that he leans center right. I like that, Jay. I like how you can actually know where you are. I like that. Saying hello to Sherry D, Daisy, Jesse's in the chat. He says, I'm right, you're left, she's wrong. Thanks for that, Jesse.
Jesse, you owe me $20. Shut up.
Okay, just catching up to everybody. Oh, hey, Lucy. I haven't seen Lucy in a minute.
Lucy.
Hey, Lucy. Okay, now we are up to date. Hi to everybody in the chat, whoever is watching. It's climbing. The views are climbing, so I'm pretty excited about that.
Good.
All right, so the very first video or intro clip, I wanted to white pill everybody. And if you don't know what the pills are, there's different colored pills. You know, the red pill, blue pill, white, black. You know, there's lots of different colored pills. The white pill is supposed to give us hope and optimism. You know, it's supposed to make you feel good. So I'm going to give everybody the greatest white pill in this clip. All right, let's see if I can find it. All right, here we go.
It is my honor to introduce to you the 45th and the 47th President of the United States of America, Donald J. Trump.
In America, the impossible is what we do best. There's nothing we cannot do and no dream we cannot achieve. We will restore America's promise and we will rebuild the nation that we love. We will stand bravely, dream boldly, and nothing will stand in our way because we are Americans. The future is ours and our golden age has just begun.
And boy, has it begun. It's been a crazy 2 weeks.
Ruby froze?
Is Ruby frozen? Why are we having now Ruby's gone. Mm-hmm. Oh my God. Now Ruby's back.
Okay, you guys can see me, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Woo. Wow, tonight is a great night already.
We're starting off kind of wonky.
Yeah.
It's your bad juju, Jimmy, because I was here fine with King Tony. As soon as you hopped on, everything started happening.
My pleasure.
All right. So how did you like that clip? It was like a Trump ad, and I love when he posts these things with the music and this is the golden era and there's nothing we can't do. I love it.
Yeah, there's quite a few. There's the one that he gives about we're not going to bend, we're not going to break, we're Americans, you know, we're going to make this happen. And those are always really uplifting because especially if you're the type of person that really loves your country, not just in America, but wherever else, if you love your country, you know, there's nothing wrong with being patriotic. There's nothing wrong with that at all. You should be proud of where you're from. And so when I see those videos And plus, with me growing up in the military, having that background as well, there's a special place in my heart for the country that I live in. And why should you not be proud of that?
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Good point. What about you, Tony? These are like political ads. And you haven't seen, I don't know if you've seen many of these, but how do you feel when
I
you see
haven't. That
political
was probably my first.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay, so
I
how
have
did you
not
like
seen
it?
that. No, I did feel what you felt. It gives a sense of hope to people. I mean, with everything that we're seeing, man, I mean, I don't know if the ad is going to help relieve any of that, but we gotta wait and see.
I can understand how someone feels that way. I mean, and the reason why is because we've seen so much negativity, so
Right.
much bull crap over the last 20, 30 years that it's hard to imagine that things could actually be better. So,
Exactly.
yeah.
I
So I get
mean,
that.
Also for me is like we see what he's doing. I know like he's doing it for the right reasons, but I guess seeing like the children and of the immigrants going through that and like seeing them crying, I'm like, damn, could there have been a better way? I don't know. Like,
right.
did
Can
it?
I ask you this, Tony? Where are you seeing those at?
The news.
Okay. And what have we learned about the news?
All they spill is propaganda. They just try to cover up something.
Yeah, I mean, for example, and there's a reason why I say this is because 2 weeks before that executive order was signed, Tom Homan came out and said, this is exactly what he said. He says, do not be surprised that a couple of days after Trump does what he's going to do with closing the border, the news is going to run and find the first crying immigrant, the first crying baby. And they are going to plaster that all over social media, all over the news, because they're wanting to pull on your heartstrings.
Right.
And so that's why I asked, where'd you see that at? And you said the news. Well, that's exactly what they're doing. They're trying to pull at your heartstrings and be like, oh, this is horrible that Trump's doing this and closing the border and he's not separating families. There's a whole nother thing to that.
There's a reason, and I agree with it. Like, it was to protect us, like in the citizens of this country. I guess it's just rough seeing that, and I guess I don't know. I guess this is just a JW and me coming in like always trying to fix it and find a better solution or a better way or something. I don't know.
I can appreciate that.
Yeah.
coming from a JW point of view, I can appreciate that.
Yeah.
But let me go ahead and warn you, you're going to see a lot more stuff that's going to like be worse than a kid crying on camera. You're going to see a lot worse stuff. It's going to happen.
It kind of feels like sometimes like we avoided let's say we avoided a war worldwide, right? But what if it starts a war within the country?
I'm telling you, that's not going to happen. There's not going to be a civil war in this country. They're going to try and push it. That's not going to happen. They're going to try to push the World War III thing. The narrative is going to be scary, but that's not going to happen either.
Yeah. I agree now.
I have my reasons for saying that stuff too.
Yeah.
Right. But from an outsider looking in, without the knowledge that Jimmy has, I agree with that now. A couple of months ago, if you would have asked me that, I would have told you, yeah, civil war. And that was before Trump came into office.
Right.
I was black-pilled, and black-pilled means like you're depressed with everything. You don't see a way out, and you don't think that anybody can change this because those politicians have been lying to us for decades. My entire life, 28 years, have been lying to us that what Trump is doing right now was impossible when they were in office. False. It could have been done without Trump. The tools were already there. They just didn't use it on purpose. And now that Trump is there using it, they're angry at him. In my opinion, I'm thinking you guys could have done that, and you guys could have claimed, the win and the clout and everything, but you didn't. So
No,
why not?
what the Biden administration was pushing was the border bill. Remember the border bill that they were
Yeah,
pushing? And remember all the
yeah.
pork that bill had in it? All the stuff that was going, all this money going to other places, which we're going to talk more about that, I'm sure. But they had
Hmm.
this bill and they couldn't get it through Congress, and some of the Republicans were shooting it down. And then the media comes out and says, "Oh, it's the Republicans. They don't want to do this. They don't want this border bill, blah, blah, blah." And then Trump comes in and shuts the crap down. Doesn't need a bill. We didn't need the bill in the first place. But that's what they were
Right.
pushing.
Right, which is just lies to
Yes.
make people feel as if the Democrats are doing something. But when you actually read the bill and see what's actually in there, it's never a single issue bill that addresses the problem. They always want to insert all these different things and fund all these different things when it has nothing to do with the original thing in the title. And I don't
Yeah.
like that either. I want single issue problems being fixed.
Yeah, and I think we're going to see Congress move in that direction to where we're only going to have single issue bills.
And yeah, and that's what I like. I mean, that's why I voted for Trump. Like literally everything that's happening right now is exactly what I was thinking about when I was in that voting booth about the future of my country. We had
Mhm.
two ways to go. Would you rather continue the 4 years of Biden Harris with a Harris Waltz, or do you want change with a Trump Vance? That's basically what it is when you really think about it.
Yeah.
So I mean, I'm actually very excited for the future of my country. Things are changing in the right direction, in my opinion. And so, I mean, that's why we just have to be awake we can't be sleeping anymore. This is not the time to be asleep. This is not the time. You got to wake up to certain things in the world and realize that the decisions that you're making now, 20 years from now, 50 years from now, 100 years from now, is when it's actually going to matter, because these
Yep.
boomers ruined our country for us. And now millennials are paying the price for those boomers who voted back then. That's another issue.
Yeah. I really wish you could find that damn video with the rabbit from the face, because it would be perfect for what we're talking about right now.
And
But
I
yeah,
looked
you're
in my
right.
DMs.
Yeah, it's in your DMs. I sent it to you. But anyway, but you're right, Ruby, because we are fighting for the future. We're fighting for our future, our kids, our grandkids, and other generations to follow us. I mean, when they fought the Revolutionary War in 1776, do you think they were just fighting for themselves? No, they had a vision for a country that could, pursue life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. That's what they were looking for. They were trying to build something for the future. And we're back at that point again. This is a point in history, in American history, where we have a choice. We either stand up for American values or we fall at the deep state globalist knees. That's where we're at. And I know people, they really don't want to think that, but it's true. It's true. So yeah, we're fighting for, and the thing is if we know this, see, you're 28, 29 years old, 20, 30 years from now, 49, 59, you'll be able to tell other generations, the younger generations, hey, this is what happened back in 2020. Let's not repeat these mistakes again. This is what happened. This is what you guys need to look out for. So we have to teach our young ones what we're dealing with right now. And if you're not diving in and learning about this stuff and keeping an open mind, it's going to be very difficult for you in the future to be able to explain this to what may be your future generations.
Exactly right. And I see the comments from, I wanted to just bring it up really quickly, from Daisy D. She started out saying, she hates Trump. Don't you know that he wants to, deport Spanish, speaking people, etc. But Daisy, what we have been seeing so far is the criminal illegal aliens who cross the border illegally is already a crime. They are criminals. I agree with what Trump is doing, and that's exactly what I voted him for.
Well, I just put a thing up on my Facebook page within the last 12 or 14 hours talking about the United States is not the only country deporting illegals. Now
Right.
let's separate what a lot of people look at this. And Daisy, I respect your opinion. I'm going to push back a little bit on it, because when you say that he's wanting to just deport Spanish speaking people, that's throwing race into the equation. What we're saying is we want to deport illegal aliens. I don't care if they're Mexican, Venezuelan, European, Russian. I don't care. You got to take the race out of it, because
exactly.
And there's other countries right now. I really need to have a second phone when I do these videos. Jesus. But I talked about that the EU right now is putting plans together to start deporting illegal aliens. So in the same context, Daisy, with all due respect, are you going to say, oh, Mr. Stammer, this is being horrible what you're doing over there? Or Mr. Leader of France, that's Macron, that's horrible what you're doing. Are you going to use that same thing, or are you going to look at it maybe in a different light, that these are people that have broke the law and are committing crimes, horrific crimes in our country? They got to go.
Right. Okay. So quick clarification. Not you, Daisy Do. It was Daisy D. So I don't know which channel Daisy D is watching from, but we are streaming from 2 different channels, so you may not see her comment, but I saw the comment. So I'm referring to this Daisy just for clarification. So moving on. I have another clip that I wanted to share with you of the more accomplishments. These are more W's. This is what we call a W. It's a win. More wins in this administration that we haven't seen in a very long time. So I'm going to play the clip.
We are 2 weeks in, and President Trump is already delivering big wins for the American people. Let's go through the facts. On the border, President Trump declared a national emergency, deployed the military, ended catch and release, and reinstated Remain in Mexico. And already, illegal crossings are down 95%. We are resuming construction of the border wall, and Colombia's president is now offering his own plane for deportation of illegal Colombian immigrants. On the economy and energy, President Trump unleashed American energy, declared a national energy emergency, and killed Joe Biden's radical electric vehicle mandate. Wall Street is booming, AI investments skyrocketed to $500 billion, and there's $20 billion flowing into U.S. data centers across our country. President Trump is restoring law and order. He labeled the drug cartels as foreign terrorist organizations, and he is deporting criminal illegal aliens, and he signed the Laken Riley Act into law. Draining the swamp, President Trump signed more than 45 executive orders. DEI has been purged from the government and our military, and lazy federal workers have been ordered back to the office. And when it comes to free speech and transparency, President Trump took 12 times more press questions than Joe Biden did in a week, reinstated 440 silenced journalists to the press room, and ended government censorship. Promises made, promises kept, and we're just getting started.
That's awesome. Hey, Ruby, I want to address a comment real quick in the chat before it disappears. Daisy D, again, let me push back on you with the whole Trump and kids in cages last time he was in president. Please do the research and find out who actually started the kids in the cages things. That was the Obama administration. And what Trump was doing is he was separating kids from human traffickers. That's what he was doing. So, and you can look that up, because you can go to the Department of Justice website and look at all the human trafficking arrests that were made between 2017 and 2021. The whole narrative that Trump had kids in cages is a false narrative. It's propaganda, because it started with Obama. And he was doing it for other reasons, not the reasons Trump was doing it. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, if anybody wants to join the stage, there's a link to the StreamYard on my channel, Ruby Quinn. You would have to switch channels and go to mine. And you guys can, if anybody wants to bring something up or give a pushback or debate something respectfully, you can definitely come on the stage. So yeah,
Okay.
these are facts that we already know. So
Yes.
not to put anybody down. It's like we already are awake to the fact that Obama's administration or the Bush administration or any other administration was colluding with the deep state to start a lot of these things. So it's kind of like I already knew about the thing with Obama. I already knew certain things like this. So it's not surprising to me to hear that. But you see, I already educated myself to know that so that I don't have to like argue with somebody about this. If you don't know that that happened in the Obama administration, then please educate yourself before you say it.
Yeah, because oh God, I had a thought. We don't come on these shows and we don't do videos just to push propaganda or push something that we were told by the media. We don't do that. I've spent over 5 years in deep research so that I could wash the brainwashing away out of my head. And so when we come on here and we say things, I want people to hear things that we say and be like, damn, I didn't know that. Let me go look that up. Let me make that decision for myself. I heard what Jimmy said, but is he right? So, and if you go back and you find something that contradicts what I just said, please come back and share it with me. But until then, folks need to do some digging.
Hi, Jesse.
Hey guys, I just want to say I got the $20 that I owe Jimmy. So I would like to tell your viewers, don't mess with Jimmy. Don't mess with Jimmy. If you want to find out the hard way, you can do your research. You can buy your books. Jimmy's right. You're wrong. But I've been watching Tony and I feel like rolling this and smoking it.
I'm the only one who's not smoking. Okay, I'm the only sober one here.
Me neither.
This is the most chill broadcast I think you'll ever watch.
Hey, I just want to say one thing.
Sure.
I got like about 15 employees, and I've been making payroll since I was 24, since I was a young guy, and every day of my life. Sometimes high employees about 50, sometimes down to 2 during the 911. So I've seen the crash and burn, the 2008, seen everything in business. I feel like I'm 100 years old. I'm 2 miles down from Mexico and about 20 miles on the Sonora side. And some of the most beautiful people live in Mexico. And some of the most beautiful people work on the American side. And some of the most beautiful people work on the Mexican side. And every day there's an interchange of commerce, like my first name, NAFTA. And there's a respect when everything is done right. Like when you don't cut in front of the line. If you go to the supermarket and cut in the front of the line, you're going to get everybody angry. So there's these Mexicans and these Americans who are both working within the confine of the law. And we're not out there protesting like these kids were on 16th Street. We do everything legal. And commerce continues every day beautifully on both sides for both nations.
Yeah.
But it's when you break the law that all the racism starts. Like that lady was saying, she was talking bad about white people and in the comment section. But the Mexicans and the Americans who are following the law don't have a beef.
Yeah.
It's only when we break the law that all, like Elvis Presley said, that's when the heartaches begin. Like me, when I don't pay my bills to Jimmy, then he gives me all that specialized high intensity training all the time.
Yep. And talking about those protests, I saw the anti-deportation protest. I think it was in California, right? They did it under the tunnel.
Phoenix, LA, Houston, Dallas, a lot of the border cities.
Yeah, I got something to say about that.
Oh, okay. Okay. So
in my street, right here in Yuma, it happened, but I've lived in Yuma for 56 years, Yuma, Arizona. And
Mhm.
I know people that were here 100 years before, like my wife's grandmother, great-great-grandmother. She was probably here in the 1800s, here in Yuma, before Arizona was a state. And she gave birth to like about 12 babies that are all the Mexican family names in our town. So you have Mexicans that have been here maybe 200 years, or some Spanish Mexicans that have been here about 200, 300, 400 years, because the Spanish came over here in the 1500s. So what I'm saying is that our town of Yuma, we don't protest. Nobody ever protests. You know who is the? You know who was the celebrity that came out of our city? The most famous person. Have you ever heard of a guy by the name of Cesar Chavez?
No, sorry.
Yeah, the boxer, right?
No, Cesar Chavez, the protester from the 60s with Jesse Jackson.
Oh, that guy. Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
If you go to any city, you'll see Cesar Chavez Boulevard, Cesar Chavez
Right.
High School. Well, he's from about 7 miles north of my house. But no, in Yuma, you'll never see a street named after him, a boulevard. You go to San Diego, Phoenix, LA, any city, there's a boulevard or a school named after him, except in Yuma, because he was a leftist and he used to beat you up if you crossed the picket line. He was a leftist union. So a lot of people didn't like him in his own hometown, because Yuma's a very conservative town, even though we're Mexican American. What I'm saying is those people that were protesting were not Mexican American.
And that's what I wanted to point out too, because okay, so let me build it up first. Let me weave it like Trump does. Have y'all seen the videos where people were at their construction sites and saying people weren't showing up for work this week? Okay, you've seen those, okay? Have you seen the videos out there to where they're showing Walmart and there's like nobody in the Walmart?
Yes, empty.
Okay, you've seen all that, right? Okay, so you're gonna tell me that these people didn't go to their jobs, they're not shopping for their families, but they went out and protest. Does that make sense? The reason I say that is because these people that are protesting, there might be a handful of illegal immigrants in there, maybe. But you know what they really are? They are the same people that dressed up for the Free Palestine riots. They are the same people that dressed up for the Antifa riots and the BLM riots and the ones that infiltrated J6. They just changed their clothes.
Yeah, because a Mexican doesn't miss work. I have a broken knee. No, I've never missed a day of work. Sick. I come sick. I didn't get COVID. COVID got me.
Right.
I mean, where's the Free Palestine riot people at? Where'd they go? Did they just quit? Did they just quit caring?
No, they're just onto the next thing.
Yeah, they just changed their clothes, put up different flags, and that's who they are.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
Because you go to a Mexican American, go work with them, Ruby. They'll put you into the ground. I mean, we might be illiterate, not educated, owe everybody $20, but don't tell us that we miss work. We don't miss work.
No,
I agree.
I run some accounts that have Hispanic employees, and they are very diligent, hardworking individuals. I give them that.
Okay, another point about the anti-deportation protests, and everybody has been saying this on X. I agree with this point. Why are they waving the flag, the Mexican flag, if they want to stay in America? So
exactly.
If you were protesting that you want to stay in this country, wouldn't you be waving the American flag, saying this is the best country in the world? I want to stay here. Go ahead, Justin.
I have a theory. I don't have no proof, no evidence of it. But when I looked at the protesters, I didn't see anybody that I recognized. That's why I say I've lived in my town 56 years. They didn't look like people I had lunch with. They didn't seem like the people I see coffee with. What I'm thinking is just an opinion, and I have no proof. So if anybody says I'm full of it, but my theory is that maybe they're paid rebels or paid troublemakers who are trying to incite a riot.
That's exactly who they are. That's exactly who they are. They are foot soldiers for the deep state. It's exactly who they and you think about it, they're waving flags of other countries. So who are they showing loyalty to?
I'm confused because they're waving a Mexican flag. They're like, I don't know.
Yeah, they're not being loyal to America. You got ones flying Syrian flags and some other flags too. These are people. These are people that are showing their loyalty to the country that they just came from.
So remember when Gavin Newsom went and got millions of dollars to fight Trump during the LA Palisades fire?
Yeah.
So there is a concerted effort across the country with money, with hardcore money, to start fires and fights.
Yep.
And I don't mean literal fires. I mean just problem areas. So let's say on my street, right here, 16th Street, there's a 20 or 30 paid organizers. And then the rest of the 100 people that show up are useful idiots. But there's a group of, they're useful idiots. That's what the communists called them. That's what Vladimir Lenin and Joseph Stalin, they come in and protest. But there's a select group of paid organizers. And they're told what to do. But they're not people who come over here and work. They're not people. And you know what? In our town in Yuma, I've seen in other reports, we have some of the best worker programs in the nation where Mexicans are coming over all the time, earning hard, and they're picking up the lettuce. They're doing all the hard work. And there's no protest. There's not one white person, black person, or Asian person being mean to them. You see the Mexicans walking up and down the street shopping. There's not one single fight. People are living in harmony when the laws are followed.
Yep.
Welcome, Doreen. So nice to see you.
Hey, Doreen, how you doing, dear?
Hey, I'm gonna
you can see me live.
Make room for you guys. I'm gonna pull out to make room. Thank you for letting me in.
See you, Jesse.
See you soon.
He'll be back.
All right, Doreen. Go ahead. You got the floor.
I'm on vacation, so woohoo.
Nice.
That's why I've been able to send all the our operation to all the different XJWs, and it's crazy because I'm getting so much hate. I'm like, ugh. I even told Jimmy, man, there's so many it's ridiculous. And I'm responding, telling them, do you understand what the whole reason is? Who cares who's president? That's not the point here. The point is we're trying to help these victims, and they don't get it. But that's their pride, and that's sad because what were we in? A controlled religion, man-made religion that told us what to do. So they're still thinking like it. So to me, I'm like, you didn't leave. Mentally need to be working. Anyway.
Why do I feel like the trailblazer in this sense? Because I've been dealing with this since March of 2020. What you guys are, the hate you're experiencing right now, dealt with it. When Ruby came out and expressed her opinions and her views, she dealt with it and she went through it. And there's a whole reasoning behind that. So yeah, you're gonna get it. And
you know what? It just makes my skin thick.
It will.
And and God's on my side.
So let me tell you how I dealt with it. Let me put this out for a second. Let me tell you how I dealt with it. All right. So in the beginning, when I was starting to receive the type of hate, you're just a right-wing, crazy conspiracy Q guy, Trump lover, blah, 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 blah. Okay, I heard all that. I fought them. I went back and I said things. I went after them. They're going to give it to me. I'm going to give it right back to them. And I found that I had anxiety. I was frustrated. I was like, I can't believe people can't see this stuff. Why? It's easy to find. The research is out there. I'm like, why can't these people figure this out? So I did all that, and it just drained my energy. So I'm all about protecting my own energy. So when I find somebody who is a orange hat or yellow hat, we've talked about those guys before, I don't engage. I'll say something to them. I'll acknowledge what they're saying, but if they continue on with what I know to be brainwashed propaganda, I just let it go.
Right. I'm not going to waste my time either.
I can't. And another thing I did when me and John had our little problems about, CV and everything, which, come to find out, he's like, damn, Jimmy, you were right. But I learned from John how people process things. Some people go on intuition, which I go on intuition. John goes on analytical data and research. So if he doesn't have that analytical data and research stuff yet, he's not going to believe something that I'm telling him that I feel based off my intuition.
Right.
Once he gets that, then he is able to make his mind up about things. The biggest thing I learned was there's two different types of learning.
Wait, can you see JG?
Yep.
Yeah, get rid of him.
Yeah. I'll delete the comment. I wasn't going to bring it up because it's just ignorant. That's not what you said.
I know.
I didn't even see it. I didn't even see it. So, and this is what I'll say to anybody who's watching this show right now, who is an XJW, and here's the deal. There's been so much institutionalized MK Ultra brainwashing put on those that are in Watchtower that even though you may wake up from the doctrine of Watchtower and you leave Watchtower and you think you woke up, I'm sad to tell you, you're not completely awake yet because you haven't gone through the steps to wash that MK Ultra indoctrination out of your brain. And the only way you're going to wash that out is looking for more information, looking for knowledge that'll help you understand what's going on in the world. So that's why a lot of people, and Ruby's even said it, she said, wow, I woke up from one cult to realize I was in another one.
Right. And you know what the thing is that when I left, and I on my YouTube channel, you can see where I've talked about this many times where when I came out, it was about 11 years ago. They tell you, of course, that mind control. Don't look on the internet. Don't look up anything. So I didn't for those 11 years. I didn't. I don't know what it was or why I didn't want to, but just until late this summer, all of a sudden I started, because I still kept having that. It was hard for me to heal because I still had that mother who still shunned me. She had been it for 50 years. And I got good news. We just reconciled, and she has opened up to me and told me recently that she was so sorry for doing that for so many years to me.
Wow.
That's wonderful.
I'm like almost in tears.
Yeah.
And I love telling my story, but I don't do it to my mom's talking to me now. And no, that's not even it. It's there's hope. There's hope that there's because how many times do we hear that story? They've been in it for so many years. They come out and it's 50 years. So to me, I'm like, there's hope for all of us. We never know. We never know.
There is.
So
there is.
I was going to make a point. Oh yeah. So I didn't look on the internet, but until recently, and then I started my YouTube channel. And that has helped tremendously just to heal. And then when I opened up that door of these XJWs, I was like, oh my gosh, I didn't even know this world existed. If I would have known way back when, I probably would have healed a lot faster because we all tell our stories and we all can kind of relate, even though we're on different levels. But it's amazing. And so that I had to share that about my mom recently. That just happened a couple days ago. And
that's awesome. My mom is still shunning me, so I'm happy for you. That's awesome.
It will happen, Jimmy. All of us. One day it's going to happen because, with what we're doing right now, we're just going to keep fighting through.
Yeah. Can we go into that a little bit, Ruby? Because it's kind of on the same topic here. Operation Spotlight. For those that are opposed to what we're doing and only saying, oh, Trump ain't going to do nothing, he ain't going to read, it's very likely he may not. I've already said that. This could fall flat on its face and go nowhere.
Yeah.
I said that from the very beginning. But you got to remember, one of the people that penned this letter was on the Australian Royal Commission. a CSA survivor.
Mm-hmm.
If you can't get behind the words and emotions of a CSA survivor and you're only hung up on Trump, then you got a problem.
Yep.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna say it straight out. You are trying to throw up roadblocks where we're trying to protect not only the kids that are there, but future kids from ever having to deal with Watchtower. I'll go on a rant on this one because I just any XJW who is against this just because it's Trump, you got to get over yourself. Send it to your favorite politician. Send it to somebody else, another government official.
Mhm.
So I'm not playing games, and I'm not hearing that because I've seen that a lot this week. I'm done with it because you were trying to help by not participating and not acting. You're helping to silence a voice of a CSA survivor.
I put a poll on my chat if anybody can see it, if it's still up there. If you sent your letter or not, you could click yes or no. So it's a little fun poll. I also put one in my community post on YouTube. Jimmy has his own poll. We are polling it all up. We want to see how many people have sent it and where you are from if you sent it in any state, or even if you're not in the United States of America. If you have participated in any country, let us know so that we can put it on the list. But
Ruby,
yeah. Go
to my Facebook page real quick and look for that comment. You liked it. That letter we got from Argentina. That comment we got from Argentina.
Oh yeah. All right, everybody. I am going to share with you Jimmy's Facebook page. Prepare yourself.
Yeah, no, I don't care.
Right.
You might find that bunny down there. You seriously might find that bunny. I know that damn bunny's on my page.
I'm just joking. Okay.
Find the bunny.
Let's see Jimmy's page. All right. Where'd you post it? It was like a screenshot, right? Okay, here it goes.
Yeah. And go ahead and read it because that's too small for me to read.
So this is the letter, and we spoke about if you want to put anonymous, you can put anonymous. And then they also wrote a little note on the side saying, anonymous, my name is anonymous, and I cannot reveal my name for fear of being disfellowshipped from the Jehovah's Witness cult and shunned by my only network of people. My friend Monica Kincaid, whose team put together this letter, Operation Spotlight, is sending this letter on my behalf from Texas, since I cannot do this from Argentina.
Yes.
Wow.
And that is a full in JW.
Beautiful.
Oh, really?
Yes,
Wow.
they're still in. And I got a message from another guy last night who is a full in Jehovah's Witness, and he said, "Jimmy, I'm signing the letter too."
Wow.
So this letter, so you can say what you want about Trump. I don't care about that anymore. Look at the people who feel like they actually have a voice now. We are trying to give people their voice back while the naysayers are trying to shut people up.
Wow. Yeah. I think that's beautiful. That's beautiful. That's a white pill. It's like even Jehovah's Witnesses who are active know what's up. They know what's going on. They see our stuff and they want to get involved. And that's really good. So just to move back a little bit on topic, I had some more clips, but I think we did cover the immigration subject already. So I don't know if I want to go deeper into that because
sorry, I cut you off, Ruby. Sorry.
No, that's okay.
I came in.
That was a beautiful story, and it brought me back like, oh, but now I'm like, okay, time to fight because I see the comment section and is getting wild up in here. So I need to put a couple people.
Can I just say one more thing about the deportation thing?
Yeah, go ahead.
We are shutting down the border because one reason is of all the fentanyl and the drugs that are coming across this border illegally.
Right.
So you might be more worried, you might be more worried about a kid crying or whatever, but what about the thousands of Americans that are dying because of drug overdoses? You don't see that on the news. They won't show you that on the news.
Exactly.
But that's real and it's happening. So Are you more concerned about some crying folks? And there's no shot at you, Tony. I'm just in general. Or what about all the people that have died and lost loved ones?
And it's not just us, because Canada is also having a problem with the drug.
And
cartel.
so is Europe. That's why the EU is starting to deport people.
Yeah,
exactly.
I'm in the field, that kind of field. I don't want to say the name, but I get calls all the time of overdose, and it's sad.
Wow.
I hear this all the time, and it's
Yep.
young kids. It's like the teenage 20s bracket, and it's all the time I hear it, and it's common now. And I wish I had a video I can share with you guys. I saw it just today, and there was a guy telling his mother and his wife, "Hey, look at my new flag." He had it, I guess that one you could put on your hood of your car. And the mother's talking to him in Spanish, like, "No, why would you do that? We're in America. Like, why would you do that? That's a disgrace. That's a slap in the face to America." And I was like, right on, Mom.
Wow. Yeah, you see what I'm saying? It's like once you wake up, you can't not see it.
Exactly.
You will see it plain as day. And once I woke up, and I say this all the time on my streams, Jimmy, Tony, Doreen, they are moderate compared to me. Like, I am so radicalized in my own opinion. I say, listen, you don't even have to call me the names. I'll call myself the names, because I know I have read so much. I have looked into so much that I wear the label proud. Like,
Yep.
I am personally zero immigration. I don't care if you legal or illegal. And that to some people may be considered extreme. That's okay with me. As long as I am okay with my own beliefs, I'm good. I don't care about what people think about me.
I think that's one reason, Ruby, why me and you get along so well, because we don't care. We don't care because we've educated ourselves, and we're like, hey, go look it up for yourself.
Right.
No one's brainwashed you or me to think the way we do now.
Yeah, because I don't watch
who educated me. I was gonna say, you know who educated me was my pastor. I've told you guys this before. Jack Hibbs at Chino Hills, California, and he actually, you guys could probably find the clip. He did a prayer at the Senate, and they revoked him. They won't allow him in because of the verbiage he said. He said Jesus Christ and something else. And he said he'll never be able to be welcomed again because the Democrats were so pissed what he said in the prayer.
When did that happen?
I want to say it was probably this summer. If you guys look it up, you guys will find it. Go under Jack Hibbs and do the Senate prayer. You could probably find it. And it was a beautiful prayer, but the Democrats were pissed. And he even showed the letter at church. He showed it on the screen and said, look this is a letter I got because of the prayer that I said. And this was before Trump came in, but
that's cool.
Wow. Yeah, he was the one who educates us all the time. And I'm like, man, it's amazing. He's really woken up a lot of people. And he was open during COVID. He never shut down. And so it's a mega church now because people from all over the world watch him, and they're educated now from him.
Wow,
that's cool. That's cool.
Okay, Ruby's working on it, huh?
Yeah, because that's really interesting. I got to see that. Is this the guy? Prayer Before Congress 2024?
Yep, that's him. That's my pastor.
Whoa. Okay, so I'm gonna listen to this really. What denomination is this, if you don't mind me asking?
Christian. Born again Christian.
Okay, let me see.
This will be interesting.
Father of our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ, together we come before you in humility as a people in need of your forgiveness, your mercy, your goodness, and your grace. For these 250 so years, our fathers in this Congress have prayed for your guidance and protection. And so we stand here in humble petition that you today might do the same, that this nation and its unparalleled constitution, your great gift to all freedom-loving people, might be renewed here and across this land as a beacon of hope to all who seek peace. I ask you today, Father, to bring to us a great awakening of righteousness and confidence in you, who alone is mighty to save. Hear my cry in this hour of great need, that we might be humbly blessed before you in the repentance of our national sins. You, Almighty God, are the source of all wisdom, and there is no wisdom but that which comes from you. So please come upon those here who are the stewards over the business of our nation with your wisdom, which comes from above, and with your holy fear, knowing that your coming day of judgment draws near, when all who have been and are now in authority will answer to you, the great judge of heaven and of earth, for the decisions that they make here in this place. I offer this prayer to you, Father, in the name of Jesus Christ, our Son, your Son, and our crucified Savior and resurrected Lord. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen.
I mean, that was a nice prayer. I didn't see anything that would be considered extreme.
It was because he brought up Jesus, and there's a few things. And he even posted a letter. If I can, I'm going to get the letter. I'm going to show it to you guys one day.
Mhm.
And they were, Democrats were not happy. And they
I,
said,
I
no, we
like
don't
I
want him
like
here.
that. I like that he said "Great Awakening."
Yeah, he said a lot of good things. I like when he said national sins. I mean, I do believe
Yeah.
that.
Oh well, yeah. The deep state, it's bad. It's bad.
We're just like because it's freaking crazy what this nation has turned into. I'm sorry, it's just my opinion that the society fell, and that's why we have government issues, or maybe like vice versa. It could be both. The government failed and the society fails. It's like we have to work hand in hand, and when one of us fails or doesn't, or like Gigi says, dereliction of duty, that's when we start seeing problems. If we would have had a Christian nation, and don't drag me, guys, you already know I do hold values of Christian nationalism, and I've said it myself. You see, I say it on myself. Okay, you don't need to tell me what I am. I know what I am, and I call myself a Christian nationalist because I do believe that this nation was founded on Christian values. I played the clip about Charlie Kirk, and explaining about even the state constitutions have a lot of things, Christianity involved in it. So I would say, as a nation, we fell because now we are no longer a nation that is Christian.
And see, and not only that, Ruby, but you can add to it. You could actually take out religion for just a second on why the country is the way it is. The country was infiltrated by criminals, and they've been pushing their agenda on us for decades. They've been doing things to dumb us down and desensitize us to accept what they're doing to us.
Yep.
There was a time when Americans would fight for their freedoms, fight for their voices. We forgot how to do that because we were conditioned to believe that the government was going to take care of everything and handle all this stuff. No, that's our responsibility. We have to hold them accountable. But this has been going on for so long that people just accept it. Oh, that's just the way it is. That ended 2 weeks ago. Actually, it ended before that, but we ain't going to go there. But that ended 2 weeks ago.
Right.
This country's going back to the people. It's already back to the people.
Back to the people. I mean, yeah, I agree with that. And when I say these things, don't take it the wrong way. People in the chat or whoever watches this, I'm not talking quite literally. I'm talking about the ideology of those movements. I agree with it, and that's why I say those things. And that's just me. Like I said, nobody else on this panel, we're not the same. We don't agree on everything, especially in the chat. But that's just me. And in a perfect world, I would be like, this is how I want my country to be like. And so I would vote for values that push that, not go against it. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm not going to be voting for somebody who's pro-choice or who's pro-immigration or who's pro LGBT. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, I vote according to that ideology, what I agree with. And I encourage everybody to do the exact same thing, no matter what your leaning is. This is not a channel just about Trump. This is a channel about exploring those ideas, not being afraid of exploring it and saying, yeah, I think I agree with this. There's no more fear.
We talked about reptilians on here.
And we did flat earth too.
Yep. So we talk about everything.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, I wanted to show Jimmy this clip to you. DeSantis, which is my Florida governor. I'm in Florida, and he's talking about law enforcement and ICE. I don't know if you've seen this, but this has been proposed in different states. I don't know if it went through already or what, but just watch it.
Let me read a headline to you.
Oh, wait, that's not DeSantis. Hold up a second. Where is
That's
my
Tom
DeSantis?
That's Tom Pullman.
Yeah, for real. Like, what the heck? All right. Here we go. I'm an amateur, guys. I'm sorry. Haven't been streaming for very long. My mouse is dying on me. Hold on. And it was a really good clip too about DeSantis. And I love DeSantis. I think I did vote for him. Did I vote for him? No, I don't think I voted for him. But it was in 2018 when I was like afraid of registering, and I said I'm gonna be an independent because I don't want to pick labels. You know, I used to be one of those. So okay, I think I got the clip now. Now let's see if I could share this tab. Okay, here we go. Yeah, so I missed out on this election, but I said, man, if DeSantis ever runs again, I'm gonna vote for this guy. All right, hold on.
Because Biden would fly him in the middle of the night, not tell us about it. But, people, the feds would bust them all over God's creation. That's not going to happen this time with the Trump administration. We'll be able to work constructively together. We also want to make sure that we are expanding our existing authorities so that local and state officials are empowered, and the federal government would have to bless this, and I think they will. They should be empowered to detain and deport people who are here illegally. It should not be, well, we ran out of ICE beds, therefore you got to release somebody on the street and then they go out and create problems for our communities. That's not the way it works. So that is going to be really, really significant. We also need better gang enforcement. We've got to broaden the legal definition of gang-related activities so that it includes these groups of very dangerous illegal aliens, these Venezuelans. It's really, really bad. And think about it. When we had Hurricane, I think it was Helene. Yeah, Helene. Maybe it was Milton. No, Helene. We had Helene. It did a lot of damage to the west coast of Florida.
Okay, so he was talking about kind of linking the law enforcement with the ICE, and that we would start using our local police, sheriffs, to start helping with the deportation and, grabbing them off the streets and things like that. I agree with that. So I just wanted to show you that's what Florida's up to.
Yeah, well, just within the last 48 hours, the National Guard has received authorization that they too can arrest the illegal aliens.
Oh,
not just Border Patrol and ICE, but the National Guard can do it now too.
Okay, good. I mean, I totally agree with that. I think that it would be quicker. You know what I'm saying? Like, we cannot be wasting any more time. We've wasted already 4 years with that election. Yeah.
And what people got to remember, these people getting deported, they are the criminals. Now, granted, anybody that crossed the border illegally has committed a felony. They broke the law, but we're talking about the violent criminals. That's what's being rounded up right now. Get them out of here.
Right. Okay. And then that Tom clip, that Homan clip was, remember when you said that he was going to really crack down on it and he would even arrest anybody who gets in his way, including that mayor or governor or whatever? So
Yep.
that one was actually a governor. I was pretty shocked when he said this. I'm gonna play the clip. And I've never heard this in my life. So this is new for me.
Leaders encourage residents to exercise their rights in resisting Trump's deportation policies. The governor of New Jersey, Phil Murphy, basically admitted that he knew somebody that didn't have full documentation, that he was hiding over his garage.
But there's someone in our broader universe whose immigration status is not yet at the point that they are trying to get it to. And we said, you know what, let's have her live at our house above our garage. And good luck to the feds coming in to try to get her.
Your comment on all of that?
Well, I think the governor's pretty foolish saying what he said, because I got note of it, won't let it go. We'll look into it. And if he's knowingly harboring, concealing an illegal alien, that's a violation of Title 8 United States Code 1324. I would seek prosecution, or the secretary would seek prosecution. So maybe he's bluffing. If he's not, we'll deal with that. And as far as suing sanctuary cities, well, get in line, because the Trump administration is going to do that already. Sanctuary cities are sanctuaries for criminals. There's one example, right? If the young sanctuary cities in New York City, if they would have gave us over the killer of Laken Riley when he got arrested in New York City for endangering a child, he would have been in jail. And he would have never killed Laken Riley. Sanctuary cities are responsible for deaths of thousands of young children throughout my career. And we're going to sue them. We're going to hold them. And look, we've got to go to the Supreme Court. That's what President Trump wanted to do. He will end sanctuary cities.
You know, there was a 2011 Government Accountability Office study found 3 million criminal.
That was insane, in my opinion. I have never heard a governor say that, and I never heard a guy like Holman say what he said. This is real. It's about to get real.
I can sum it up in one sentence. What's going on right now? Everybody, whether you want to believe it or not, you are witnessing the destruction of the old guard. That is why you've never heard about anything like this before or seen it, because the people that wanted to do all this stuff, they're the ones that have been protected and kept in power for so long. Yeah, that's ended. That's why they're freaking out right now, because they don't have the control anymore.
Mm-hmm. But why would he say that? Why is he snitching on himself that he is harboring an illegal? We know that that's illegal. That's what gets me.
Because he can.
Did I miss that part? My cat was bugging me there for a second.
Yeah, the governor, he was in an interview on the stage, and he's saying,
so it was the governor that was harboring the illegal. Okay.
And he's telling on himself. Who does that?
You're watching a movie. They have to make this stuff so ridiculous that people will start paying attention. It's have you seen the new Netflix reboot for Little House on the Prairie?
I saw the tweet that they were going to start it, but I didn't know what they were doing. So what happened with that one?
Okay. So let me preface this. I haven't gone to Netflix and checked. I just saw the tweet. I don't think it's real. It may not be real, but hey. So they have a African American playing daddy. They have Chinese girls playing the girls, and I don't know what's the daughters. But the tweet said, how much more ridiculous do the white hats have to make it before the normies start asking questions?
That was the tweet that I saw, but I was I don't know if that's real, or maybe they're just doing that so that people can actually get upset about it. Actually look into it and say, oh, what the heck is going on here? Invoking an emotion like they always do. Everybody wants to always go on emotion, and I hate that. That's why I didn't even click on it. I was I don't know if that's real. I'm not looking into that. I don't care. Leave me alone.
But see, for me, I was looking at I already know what they're doing with the whole trying to change everything, and so I knew what he was saying, because it is something that's ridiculous. I see those things, but other people, they don't view that way yet. So yeah, it was
Because
fun.
they think that it's sort of like diversity or like the DEI, which I'm gonna get into later, but they think that representation matters. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead, King Tony.
Did they come out with a trailer?
No, it was like a picture. That's what I'm saying. I think it's fake. I think somebody was fooling around.
It's probably AI.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Trying to get people riled up that Little House on the Prairie is going to be a black guy for the father, Chinese daughters, and a white. I don't believe that. I don't believe that.
Stop playing.
But it just shows the mindset that these people have that want to control us. You know, that's what it shows.
You know what?
Sometimes, you know why we share memes? Sharing memes is tricking people to learn the truth.
Right. Okay, but you know what's not funny was when they changed Little Mermaid to that black chick. You know how upset I was, and I wasn't gonna say anything, but Jimmy brought it up, and it reminded me of the Little Mermaid. Yeah, but especially us 90s kids. Me and King Tony grew up on Disney movies. Little Mermaid had red hair, a white chick, white family. There was no problems with that. And I'm not saying that.
So what would they do? I don't want to get into a race issue, but what would they do if they changed Buckwheat's color?
I don't know who that is. I'm sorry. I'm too young.
You're too young, Jimmy.
Oh, dang it.
That's why I said Little Mermaid. I said
Remember, you're talking to babies, 20-year-olds, right?
Let me think. Ah, crap. You don't know
me and Jimmy can relate. We're kind of like in that same era.
That's why I said Little Mermaid.
Google buckwheat.
All right, hold on.
Jimmy.
Yeah.
Buckwheat or buckwheat?
Buckwheat.
Jimmy knows what that is, right?
Weed.
That was the secret code to get into
the club.
Yeah.
I only see food, Jimmy.
What type? Okay. Little Rascals buckwheat.
All right, buckwheat. Little rascal. Okay, buckwheat. Wheat.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, it's a black.
They even have it in the comment for you if you need help.
Sorry, I'm on a different tab right now. Okay, now I see what you're talking about. You see, that would make sense.
Yeah. What if they made buckwheat white? That would never happen.
Yeah. Listen, it is not
Daisy.
I don't think it's racist to say that we were pretty upset as 90s babies when they changed Little Mermaid's race. There was no reason for it. What about Princess Tiana? She's black. What if we changed Princess Tiana to white? Would you have a problem with that? Yes, you would.
See, here's the thing. The deep state people, this is their propaganda they put out there, because how do you get people to fight with one another? Throw out race and religion. So while everybody's like all arguing about the race part of it, they're putting in their agenda where they want to do, they want to replace, it's called the Great Replacement. And don't tell me that that's a conspiracy, because it just came out yesterday that they acknowledged what the Great Replacement was. The Great Replacement was, and newsflash, it was to get rid of white European people.
I have something to say.
Okay, go ahead.
I was talking to my Indian native. She said that because Trump's trying to make it all one. We're not. There's no race. We're trying to be one. She said that they're gonna take everything away from the Indian tribes. They're gonna take away all that, what they already have. Like, she didn't say. Yeah, I was like, what? What do you mean? She goes, yeah. Can you believe that they're gonna take everything away from us? I'm like, wait. I couldn't believe it when she told me that. I go, but wait, this was your guys' line in the beginning, wasn't it? She's like, yep. There was a treaty we signed. Why are they changing it now all of a sudden? I'm like,
wait, who's taking the stuff away?
She was saying Trump. I don't know. That's what she said. That they're in the work trying to remove I don't know. That's what she told me. So I'm like,
Not
what?
to say it's legit, but I have not heard anything like that so far.
Because you know how they get she meant how they get free college, free this, free that.
Yeah.
We're gonna take all that away from them.
Yeah,
And
I
her
haven't.
family is actually on a tribe.
If you've got some information on that, send it to me.
Yeah, I'll have her. She's always like, oh man, I would include her on this too, because she'll go full force on this because she tells me stuff. I'm like, wow, I didn't even know that. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'd have to do some more digging on that before I could actually make a comment about it.
Yeah.
I'm gonna head out,
Go ahead.
guys. Guys, have a
All
good
right,
night.
bye, King Tony.
Bye.
Yeah, so last point about that. It is not racist to feel that way or to have these thoughts, because we should give the whatever race it is their own character, their own Disney princess, their own movie, like the Black Panther. They just switched Captain America too to that African American actor. And to be honest, I'm not going to support that. I don't watch Disney anymore. I boycotted them a very long time ago. I boycotted Netflix. I will not support things that do not go along my values. And I would say the same thing about your own values, whoever's in the chat. That's how we show our what you call it, like when you protest something, that's how I protest. That's how I show my grievances, because I'm not okay with that. And it's not racist to say that.
No.
Yeah, you're right, Ruby. And I just want to remind folks that, again, you can take race out of it and find out what is the agenda. Why are they doing it? Why are they changing these things? Why are they changing these names? Once you find out the why, then you'll realize that the squabbling about race is just a distraction to keep everybody busy while they go and push their agenda.
Personally, I just think that he's just trying to everybody get back to work. Stop accepting free stuff that welfare,
that's a whole nother thing he's trying to do. Yes.
Yeah, but that's just my without even digging in.
Yeah, there's way more to that stuff when it comes to the economy. What he's doing right now, it's amazing what he's trying to do right now. So it's pretty cool.
Right. So Daisy says, my values are that I am accepting of all races. I am too. I would also protest.
Daisy.
I would also protest if they changed Princess Tiana to a white chick. I would say the exact same thing. I would say, no, Princess Tiana was from New Orleans and she was Black, and to keep it the way it's supposed to be. But you see, this is what that machine does to us to keep us distracted about cartoons that should mean nothing in our daily lives. So I do agree with you that it is a cartoon. Who cares? But when we really dig deep down into it, that's the distraction. I'm not going to get hung up on it. I'm just pointing it out that was an issue, especially for millennials. Even Generation Alpha, my kids don't even know about, race issues or things like that. And when they saw that Little Mermaid movie, they were like, what the heck is this? And I started laughing because I was like, exactly, I feel the same way you do. So without that even being taught, the kids are already realizing. Did you see that clip, Jimmy, on X of that boy in the car? And his mother is asking him, did you see who won the new country?
My wife showed that to me tonight. I was like, there you go. There you go.
Like, and he's naming all these country artists of who could possibly win the Grammy. And then the mom is like, no, none of them won. And then he was
lists like 15 of them.
Yeah. And that's how you know he's a real country artist, like fan, a real country fan.
He's like, what, 11, 12?
He looks really young, super cute. And when the mother tells him that Beyonce won, he was like, what? And then the little girl in the back, she's like, she's not even country. And it's true. It's like, just because she made one album about country music, they're going to award her over all of these real country artists who that's all their job. That's all the music they make. And they get passed up because of Beyonce. That's also a problem for me.
Yeah. Like I said, once you learn the why they're doing this, that will answer a lot of questions.
Yeah. And you know what, Daisy D, I boycotted the movie for myself. I didn't watch it, but I let my kids watch it. My daughter wanted to watch the new Little Mermaid. I let her watch it. I wasn't going to pay for it in the movie theater, but we got it for free at the library and I let her watch it. But I'm just pointing that out, that people are waking up. They are realizing that certain things might not feel right, but then you either accept it or you don't. And that's what the government does. They are testing us to see what we're going to accept, how far you're going to go, what's your red line, to see what are you going to do. And if you accept everything, the government is going to do whatever they want. And that's where I say, no, my red lines are right there. I'm never going to accept something just because they put a trailer and it looks nice, or I should just be accepting of everything. No, I reject that. I screen, I look at the movie before my kids watch it. Like, I screen everything so that no little indoctrination can happen. To the best of my ability.
What would a Mexican Snoop Dogg look like?
Actually, he does like Mexican music.
Well, yeah, or a white Snoop Dogg. What would that look like? It's ridiculous to argue about race because, there's an agenda of what the race is used to divide people. Simple.
Exactly. And that's why I don't get hung up on it, but that's what they
Yeah,
want.
I don't either.
They want
Yeah.
riots over that.
Yep.
And I would never go down that low. Okay, I wanted to show this to you, Jimmy. Did you see this? Protesters were screaming outside NYU Hospital in New York City after President Trump blocked them from giving puberty blockers to multiple children via executive order.
Oh my God.
Oh yeah, let's watch it.
One more chant I'd like you to do with me. When children's lives are under attack, what do we do? Stand up, fight back! When trans lives are under attack, what do we do? Stand up, fight back!
Okay, so I just saw that recently, and I wanted to bring that up because I'm like, how crazy is it that you're protesting for the mutilation or castration or whatever, puberty blockers, whatever you want to call it, to minor children? They can't even smoke a cigarette. They can't even drive a car. They can't even sign contracts, right? Because we talk about that in the XJW community. They shouldn't even be allowed to get baptized, right? So this is exactly how I feel when it comes to this. Why are you protesting that? That is crazy to me.
That is evil. That's beyond crazy. It's evil what these people want to do to children. Straight up. They just, I can't. We've lost common sense in this country, and seriously, there's two genders, boy and girl. You're born that way, and they want to mutilate your kids. They want to mutilate kids. Really? That's effing evil, is what that is.
Yeah, I've been against it since day one. I was watching on X. There's this guy. His name is Chris, Billboard Chris. He wears a billboard on his chest, and he's in Canada. And he just stands there on the street, and it says, children cannot decide, whether they're not the gender they are or something like that. And then he has the definition of a dad. Dad is a male, father that protects his children. And people were getting so triggered and upset about that in the streets. And you could find him on X. It's called Billboard Chris. That's when I started watching people like him that were protesting against that movement towards children.
Did children have a problem with this issue 10 years ago, 20 years ago, 30 years ago, 40 years ago? I can go on. Did we have a problem with this issue?
No.
No. Everybody knew what they were.
Yep.
But it's now, it's an issue. Again, you got to find out why. Why are they pushing this issue? And that's where people, you always got to ask why. Because it goes back to a deep, darker, sadistic agenda.
Right.
I was watching this documentary last year sometime, and it was about this. Oh, was it Candace? She did the interview with this guy.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, you saw it?
Yeah, I saw it.
I was, my stomach turned when he told me what, or she, I think at the time, I don't know, how they had to cut the inside of her stomach lining just to create. And I'm
Yep.
like, oh,
Yep.
my
That
skin
interview
was
was crazy.
turning listening to what their story was and just how his mom went into panic mode. And that's the whole reason, because she was fearing that he would commit or she would commit suicide. And now I guess she asked too, like, well, can you go backwards now? And it's too late. And
Yep.
he or she at the time was in tears, knowing the fact that they can't have babies now. And I'm like, wow.
Yeah. Once you start, you can't go back.
Another angle you can look at this too. Not only is it sadistic and evil, but let's look at the money side of things. These people that transition, they are on medication for the rest of their life.
Yep.
Who's making that money?
Big pharma.
Exactly.
Mm-hmm. Yep, I know. That's why I'm against big pharma. I'm against all of it. It's a cash cow for people who are dealing with mental health issues. That's really what it is. You know, sorry, not sorry, but these are people who need mental health intervention. They don't need a pill or puberty blockers to stop something that would happen naturally. And I don't think that these people are confused about their gender, but like there might be a genuine gender dysmorphia that does need, attention. But with the numbers that we're seeing in America, I don't think that people are confused. I think the parents are purposefully indoctrinating their children to be a part of that movement, and the parents should be held accountable for that.
Yeah, and what we also got to remember too is this is 0.01% of the American population. So it's a very, very tiny majority of people. And the only reason we hear about it in the way we do is because it's been propped up by the media and the politicians pushing their agendas. That's what it is. Simple as that.
You know, it amazed me in that same interview. She asked him, what was it that made you start to believe that? And when his response, I was like, wow. And he said it was social media.
There you go.
There was somebody who was a trans that was saying, oh, you can do it and it's easy and this and that. And they sold him on it. And yeah, now she has to take, puberty blockers for the rest of her life.
Yep.
Yep. I actually used that interview as an argument to be anti-trans for kids. Like I can be on my libertarian side and say, you know what, if you're an adult and you want to do that, go right ahead. But not when it comes to children.
Exactly.
When it comes to children, you do not, it's like you don't really mess with that. You let them grow up, let the phases go. And if you do need serious help with that, then you go to a child psychologist. Like you would do the same thing if you see learning disabilities or that they can't read or can't talk or autism or whatever.
Let me ask Doreen a question because we're about the same age, I'm assuming. If we back in the 80s would have seen something like this, what would we have said?
Okay, just my personal experience. When we found out about AIDS, we were panicking.
Okay.
So same thing. We probably would have been like, what the heck? Yeah.
All right. Let me ask it another way. What was your first reaction when you saw Boy George?
Well, I don't know. I like his music, so.
Yeah, I like his music. I'll just tell you
no, I see what you're getting. Like,
So my experience, I'm what, 11 years old, 12 years old when I see Boy George come up on MTV, and I'm like, that dude is crazy. Yeah. That's sick. What is that? I said that. I'm just saying it's a different time because back then we were allowed to call things what they were. Oh, that person's got a mental illness or this or that. But all that stuff was demonized and you couldn't do that anymore. It's like when you couldn't say the word retarded, you know,
Yeah.
back in the 80s, that was just common. You do something stupid. Well, that was retarded. It had nothing. It had nothing to do with labeling somebody or making fun of somebody. That wasn't what it was.
Yeah,
So,
I just figured they're just special.
well, yeah, we said that too. Oh, he's special. He needs a short bus.
Right.
So we did say that, but we need to call things for what they are. I mean, and mental issues is an issue in this country that does need to be addressed.
Right. I mean, even to bring it a little bit more modern, like when Bad Bunny came out and he was like a Puerto Rican reggaeton singer, and I really hate the new reggaeton. I started listening to Bad Bunny when he first came out, and then I told my husband, there's something about him I just don't like. Like I got the spidey senses for the weird. And then Bad Bunny came out wearing nail polish all of a sudden. And I was like, what the heck? And then, we try to play it off like, oh, he's just doing like rock star vibes. They wear eyeliner and they put nail polish on. I mean, he's just a superstar. And I was like, okay, but I still had my shield up. I was like, nah, I don't like that. And then he did a concert and he had a bunch of male and female backup dancers. And I don't know if he was wearing like he was wearing a skirt in a music video. I said, okay, second strike. Why is he wearing a skirt in a music video? I hate when they do this to artists, because that these kids are also watching this pop star, just like I used to watch Mariah Carey and Beyonce, all the big names out there. I know a lot of kids are watching Bad Bunny. This is not good for kids. And you already know that parents are not gonna think anything of it. But me, I got my senses up. And then the last strike was when he had that concert with the backup dancers, male and female, and he started kissing everybody on the mouth on that stage, even the men. And that's when I was like, I am done. I don't care. I'm not making excuses for Bad Bunny anymore. That's it. I was so thankful that I never fell, like fangirl for Bad Bunny, because I was like, I knew it from the beginning something was wrong with this guy. Whether or not he was that way before he started singing, I don't care. When you are on that stage and you are like a celebrity or an idol or somebody who you're a public figure, when you do things that are like that, really edgy and going off the deep end, and you think it's cool, it's not cool, because that is poisoning the minds of our children in this country, in America. And that's why I'm a little bit more, Christian nationalistic, because in my country, in a perfect world, that would not be on TV. Children would not have access to see that crap on the TV. So I don't know when we started like allowing curse words on TV or allowing this hypersexualized music videos and things on like national television, because back in the day that wasn't like readily available when you're flipping through the channels. Now I can't even have a TV and be safe that my kids could flip through the channels without seeing two guys or two girls kissing or cross-dressing or whatever. That's not okay for the entire country. It's okay if you want to pay for that streaming service and you watch it in your privacy, but for the national level, it's not safe.
Yeah, unfortunately, it all goes back to the conditioning, the deep state. And I know I throw it all back, but that's where it goes. It goes all the way back to their conditioning and what they want America to look like. And this is not anything new. If you look back in history and go back to 1920 Germany and what they were doing to 1920 Germany, that place was a freaking cesspool.
Yeah.
I mean, the 1920 Germany looks like what they've been doing to America over the last 4 years.
Exactly. Yeah. I'm
And
not
it's
going
just,
to even go into that subject because That's a deep
Yeah,
one.
we're not going there, but what they did to Germany to dumb down the society, kill the nuclear family, push these outlandish agendas, that's what they did, and they've done it again.
Right.
So
Repackaged for
yeah,
our time frame.
it's exactly what
Jimmy,
they did.
Jimmy,
Wild,
somebody said to, I was
yeah,
just
I
going
was about to bring up
Uh-oh.
Wild. He wants me to ask you, what are your feelings on Twisted Sister? I don't know what that is, but
it's a
Man, when I
band.
saw
It's
that
an
dude, I
80s
was like, what the hell is he wearing makeup for like that? Oh, and I liked it. It was funny there for a second because I did throw the chat into a culture club thing. That was kind of
Yep.
cool. I saw Tumble for You, and I saw a couple of other things in there. That was kind of funny. But yeah, I felt the same way about Twisted Sister. Anything, you got to remember, I was a good little JW boy back in the day. Back in the 80s. I was a good little JW. I'm like, that's evil. They shouldn't be wearing that paint. Oh, Kiss, Knights in Satan's Service. Yeah.
And remember, it was MTV, so we got to watch the video. So remember when
Yeah.
Madonna was like a virgin, and I was like, oh my mom's like, don't be watching that.
Oh, yeah. I mean, yeah. I'm going to tell you what, the 80s had some great music, but they also had some music that you're like, what the hell are they? Once you get older and you go back and listen to some of the lyrics, you're like, oh my God, I didn't realize they were saying that. So,
yeah.
What was your
but
favorite 80s band, Jimmy?
my favorite 80s band.
You should ask everybody in the chat.
In the chat. Yeah, let us know in the
What's
chat.
everybody's 80s favorite band?
My
80s
favorite 80s band. Oh, let's see. I had so many favorites back then. I liked Huey Lewis and the News.
Oh yeah, they were good.
I liked Huey Lewis and the News. They were good. I had their cassette. I'm showing my age now. Yeah. So, but see, I was
Well, at least you didn't say 8-track.
yeah, I know, right? But Huey Lewis and the News was good. I liked Foreigner.
Yes, Duran Duran.
Duran Duran was good.
Depeche
So,
Mode.
yeah. So, but yeah, there's so I have the 80s on my phone. I listen to it when I'm doing yard work or cleaning house. Yeah, I'm stuck in the 80s when it comes to music. unless I get a rock mode in me, and then I'm listening to my rock music.
Yeah, I like 70s rock.
Yeah.
How about you, Ruby?
I mean,
what's your era of your music?
No,
Hers is Beyonce,
yeah.
Mariah Carey.
Yeah,
Oh,
I am
Mariah.
early 2000s music, but my mom used to play a lot of Madonna and Barbara Streisand, a lot of Spanish.
Ooh, Chicago was good.
Yep. But a lot of freestyle. Like both of my parents were really into freestyle and house music type of music. So all of those singles hits were in our house. Like we danced to all of that. Even King Tony's dad, her father used to be like a DJ for like us, and he would burn CDs back in the day, and he would make us CDs. So we would have like hundreds of CDs that her dad would make for us, and that was like his thing. He would make us CDs.
That's cool.
Yup. And Whitney Houston.
We literally talk about everything on this show. We go off on tangents sometimes too.
That was me. I'm sorry.
But yeah, to answer Chicago, I love Chicago. Chicago is a good band too. So
yeah, but I'm early 2000s, like Beyonce and Mariah. Let me see who else. Oh, Destiny's Child. Was for me. Yep, that was my thing. And I stopped becoming a fan after Justin Bieber. After Justin, that broke me. I was like, I'm done with music. I'm done with following an artist. Like I was like done with the whole fandom. I mean, I went to his concert and everything. Like I was really in that frenzy of like going crazy and screaming and crying and like a whole Michael Jackson type of moment. That happened to me. And then as soon as Justin fell off and like the whole drug stuff and the scandals, I was just like, I'm done. I can't support an artist this long. Come to find out his personal life is in shambles. And I feel like the music industry did that to him. So why am I funding this? Why am I paying for that? So I was just like,
Yeah, that whole thing with Bieber goes way deep and it's dark.
Oh,
Yeah, and
yep, I know.
it ties straight back to P. Diddy.
Yeah,
So
like I'm done. I'm done with that. So I don't really
now,
listen to music.
if you ask me what my favorite all-time band is, it's freaking Godsmack. So that's my favorite band. Godsmack.
Okay, I'm gonna have to look. I'm gonna have to look that up to see.
On a lighter note, I would have to mention this. So, you know, I used to go to the conventions at the LA Dodger Stadium. And I just have to mention this real quick. Top deck was the highest level. And that's where everybody would go exchange numbers.
Nice.
So go to top deck if you want to find a mate, right? But
Wow.
no, it's funny because when I was going, back in the 80s, Michael Jackson and his family would show up with their security guards during the convention, and you'd hear, "Oh my gosh, Michael Jackson's there." But I also went and saw him in concert there at Dodger Stadium when I was 13, and him and his brothers. That was in 1983. Yeah.
Wow.
I gave my age, sorry.
Wow.
Yeah, crazy. That was my first
cool. That's cool. That's
13.
cool.
Yeah, well, that's nice. The comments are lighting up with whatever you guys are talking about. I mean, I know some things and I don't know something, but whatever you guys are saying, the chat loves it.
Ruby, this goes back to what we talked about last week when we compared what our audience was on our YouTube channels.
Exactly.
And it was, so this is, it's our audience.
And that's why I love having different age groups. You know, it's nice to see you guys have a great time, the chat have a great time, and then I'm clueless. And it's a nice, back and forth.
So what else we got on the list? I'm at 28%. I'm gonna have to kill this light.
Yes.
Charge my phone. What else we got on the list for tonight?
Okay, so back to the DEI. I think there was a clip that you also sent me of the White House press secretary listing out all of the things that they were funding. So this is interesting.
This is the USAID.
Oh, is it? I thought it was.
Yeah, this.
Like what they were funding, right?
Through USAID over the past several years, these are some of the insane priorities that organization has been spending money on. $1.5 million to advance DEI in Serbia's workplaces, $70,000 for a production of a DEI musical in Ireland, $47,000 for a transgender opera in Colombia, $32,000 for a transgender comic book in Peru. I don't know about you, but as an American taxpayer, I don't want my dollars going towards this crap, and I know the American people don't either, and that's exactly what Elon Musk has been tasked by President Trump to do, to get the fraud, waste, and abuse out of our federal government. Thank you, guys.
Play that again for emphasis.
That organization has been spending money on. $1.5 million to advance DEI in Serbia's workplaces, $70,000 for a production of a DEI musical in Ireland, $47,000 for a transgender opera in Colombia, $32,000 for a transgender comic book in Peru. I don't know about you, but as an American taxpayer, I don't want my dollars going towards this crap, and I know the American people don't either, and that's exactly what Elon Musk has been tasked by President Trump to do, to get the fraud, waste, and abuse out of our federal government.
That's crazy, in my opinion.
That's just the tip of the iceberg of what USAID was doing. USAID has been running the largest criminal operation in the United States right now, and sending all that money out. That that's how money laundering happens. They might say they're sending 50,000 for a comic book, or that might be just the cover story. Who's actually getting that $50,000 or 50 whatever how much it was? So it's a good thing that the USAID is being shut down the way it is, because I don't want my tax dollars paying for that stuff. That's going overseas. It's not benefiting America.
Right. And what I understand about DEI is that if you are to be hired and the company has a quota to meet, and they say, well, you have to meet this quota for the company to whatever, they implement the DEI saying you have to include at least one member of your staff, or however many members of your staff, of a certain group of people or race or orientation, whatever, that has to be included into your staff. So when they say DEI hires or DEI anything, it is to fund that. So it's not based on your character. It's not based on your qualification. It's based on either the color of your skin or your sexual orientation, which I think is wrong to begin with. The civil rights movement was not about that.
Right.
Correct.
And it's discrimination.
And corporations are being paid money to do this. Again, it's to push an agenda. So DEI hires, yeah. I mean, look at the difference between press secretaries. You know, what we had before compared to what we have now. The one we have now looks competent. She looks secure. She looks like she can get the job done. The other one, not so much.
I mean, the very first thing that was wrong from the beginning was when Kier Jean, whatever her name is, in the last administration, the very first thing she said, I remember, was, I'm the first Black lesbian press secretary to be here or whatever. Like, she listed her race, she listed her orientation. Those things shouldn't matter when you're applying for a job.
Who freaking cares?
Exactly. It shouldn't matter. And if it does matter, then there's something wrong, because we have discrimination laws already in place that you don't have to do anything based on the color of your skin or based on your orientation. That should be nobody's business. That's your private business.
Yep.
You know what? It's the first time I ever got asked that question. How do you identify? And I was like, what the heck are you guys talking about?
Yeah.
Because, you know, our generation, Jimmy, I'm like clueless, you know? So we're a generation, we're like in between. We knew computer skills, not really. So I actually went back to a community college to go learn PowerPoint, Excel, and, you know, brush up. So when I went in, you know, the crowd around me is older, but one of the questions was, and I'm like, where do they make this stuff up? Like, it was mind boggling to me. And of course, where am I at? A college. That's
like,
started.
no.
Yeah.
Even on regular applications, when you're applying for something, I don't even like when they say pick a race. Why do I need to pick a race? Why do I need to specify if I'm either Black Hispanic or white Hispanic or whatever type of Hispanic I am? It shouldn't matter. But the fact that some of them force you to say, well, what type of Hispanic are you? Like, what type of African American are you? It's like, no, I don't even agree with that. That should not be in any application.
I'm with you on that. I don't think race should be on applications.
Nope.
Yeah, like, no. I mean,
that goes back to like, you don't need to know. As long as I can do the job, and know how to
as long as I can do the job, doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm hooking my phone up to my battery.
Okay, cool. So I have another clip about. Okay, so the USAID. I didn't know what that was before this week when they were talking about it. So,
oh wow.
I just learned that is the agency, the United States Agency for International Development. And now I understand what they were talking about the foreign aid. And if you guys have been following me and seeing my shows, you guys already know that I am an isolationist. I don't agree with foreign aid or with foreign anything. I am so like turned off with geopolitics because I'm so America first that the world doesn't matter to me right now. What really matters to me right now is the United States of America and our borders. So until we get that fixed, in my opinion, I'm like, okay, now let's look at the world. But I don't think we should be putting our boot anywhere in the world right now. We should all be focused on America right now.
Take care of our veterans. Let's take care of our people. Let's take care of our homeless. There's homeless here too, and they're not taking care of it. But
exactly, nobody cares. And so when I found out that this agency existed, this is what gets me upset. It makes me kind of more in agreement with my own, original opinion that we should not be sending money anywhere but here when we have those veterans, homelessness, whatever you wanna, you could pick anything literally wrong with America right now that money should be going to, and yet they're sending it overseas and calling it foreign aid. We need aid. I'm poor. Like, I need aid. What you talking about? Foreign aid. We need the aid.
Let me ask you this. How many other countries tax their citizens and send money to America?
Exactly. You've always said that since day one, and ain't nobody taxing their citizens and saying, you know what, we should send this to United States of America because they need help with development. They need a lot of help from us. No.
So the question is why is that the case? What are they? They are literally trying to destroy America.
And steal our money. They get the kickbacks. I heard Trump talking about the kickbacks. All of these congressmen and senators, all of them. I want such a clean house that if they did investigations on literally everybody, we would have elections like every day because we would need new people to be in Congress and the Senate.
Don't be surprised if you don't see something like that, Ruby.
Don't be surprised if I don't see something like that.
If you do see something like that.
If I do see something like that, because I am for it. I am for it. Like, my husband jokes with me all the time, and he said, who was that leader who did that? Who was it? It was a Middle Eastern leader who started arresting people right there and then. And he was like, you're arrested. And he named everybody and they started getting up. Who was it? They killed him too.
Saudi Arabia.
Was it? Are you sure?
Yes, there was a purge. Now, it's very interesting though, because when Trump went to Saudi Arabia in 2017 on the capitulation tour, it was after Trump left Saudi Arabia that all these government officials in Saudi Arabia were arrested and tried and taken care of.
Okay, that is one example. But I think what I'm thinking, the guy that my husband talks to me about is Gaddafi. I think that he started arresting and killing people that were like, he considered them traitors to the country.
I don't know what I know what he did for the people. I don't know what he did in the beginning. I have to go see what he did in the beginning.
Okay, I'm gonna have to fact check that next time, because he jokes with me that America needs a president like that who would literally call people out and say, you are a traitor to this country, get up, and they get arrested and they're never seen again. But I'm not agreeing.
Well, you did hear that 88 FBI agents were walked out of their offices by security on Friday.
Oh, wow.
Okay, you see, I didn't know that. John Marciano says Saddam Hussein. Okay, so that's probably who I'm thinking of. Yeah, it was like a Middle Eastern.
Okay.
Iraq. Okay, so that's what he jokes with me about, that we need to look back at history and implement stuff like that.
We do know that there's been people in our government that has created. They've done treason. Yeah. They've done money laundering. They've done human trafficking, and everything you're seeing right now, a lot of stuff's being exposed really quickly. A lot. And you're seeing the stage being set right now for accountability. Accountability. I'm telling you, you can mark it down. It's going to happen. And the public will know.
Okay. So before I move into my next clip, Thrifty says, did you hear about the Trump press conference today with Netanyahu? Sounded like he was making an alliance with Saudi Arabia. I didn't look into this. I didn't hear anything. So I just wanted to ask you, Jimmy.
I saw that it was on. I haven't listened to the whole thing, but when someone says it looks like they were creating an alliance with Saudi Arabia, that alliance has been in place since 2017. The public is just now seeing it because Prince bin Salman has been working with Trump. And here's the reason why, because it goes back to the Las Vegas shooting.
Okay.
That prince survived that shooting because of Trump and the way it all went down. So in the Middle Eastern world, they have that belief, I guess, if you save somebody's life, then I'm indebted to you or whatever. I got your back. You saved my life. So that's where Saudi Arabia and the connection with Trump comes into play. And yeah, they're on the white hat side.
Okay, I'm gonna have to look into that. I don't know too much about that, but I do remember you mentioning that on a previous stream.
Yeah.
Okay, so this clip was about the DOGE. You see, so I'm confused. The DOGE is investigating the USAID.
They're investigating it all. They're looking at all the books.
Okay. So now the DOGE, this guy did a good video explaining a little bit about their findings.
In the last 22 years, the Department of Treasury has denied 0 requests for payment. You understand how insane that is? That in more than 2 decades, anytime a government official or a bureaucrat wanted the Treasury to pay for something, 100% of the time they paid. Now, we didn't know any of this until DOGE took a look. And while they were investigating, they obviously wanted to interview and get the records from the highest ranking official. And the highest ranking official at the Department of the Treasury was a man named David Lebrick. And instead of doing the interview and providing the records, this dude resigned. He literally gave up his chance at a government pension just so he didn't have to answer any questions from DOGE. Now, what were some of these approved payments that they were going to ask him about? Well, one of the first ones they were going to ask him about is why the Pentagon spends $600 million a year on sushi. And that's not even in like the top 50 of worst expenditures. Did you know that the IRS is spending $230,000 a month on cinnamon roast K-cups for their headquarters? This is a headquarters building where 92% of the employees are working from home. 92 out of every 100 employees in that office are home, yet they are still spending $230,000 per month on just cinnamon K-cups from Starbucks. Oh, and those little plastic coffee cups? Yeah, they were spending $1,280 per cup. $1,280 per little plastic cup. Yeah, you know what? We'll just keep pretending that we don't need to investigate our government expenditures. Or we'll pretend it's normal that the Department of the Treasury hasn't denied a request for payment in 22 years. Yeah, just stick your head in the sand. That'll make it better.
Nope. I'm not sticking my head in the sand. That I'm so glad that DOGE is in existence right now, because it's like we know this about the government, but now it's actually out there for the orange hats who need a publication or an article or like a news person talking about it.
Do you know? Okay, so one point I want to make in regards to the lefties, saying, "Oh, we didn't elect." Elon to be president. Nobody elected him to be in this position. Well, you know what? You're kind of right. But here's the thing. We gave Donald Trump a mandate to fix this government. 75, 80 million people gave him a mandate to do what needed to be done to turn our government around, turn this country around. Do whatever you have to do, Mr. Trump. So he just said, okay, well, let me hire Elon. He can do a good job. He's ran companies. He's done this. So he hires Elon to do a job. So for anybody out there that's saying, oh, we got President Elon. Jesus. Oh, my God.
But they say,
I can't with you. I can't.
But like the setup of DOGE, right, is unconstitutional or whatever, right? They want to make
it's legal.
But if they do want to play that game, then let's talk about the IRS and the FBI and the CIA and all those other 3-letter agencies. This is just a 4-letter agency that I am an abolitionist. I believe in abolishing all of them. So if you do want to go that route, I am in agreement. Let's do it. Let's get rid of everything.
Well, there's another route you can take with that too, because they'll say, oh, well, we don't need a billionaire guy working in government. Have you looked up who George Soros is?
Exactly. And then they stay quiet about that one, but all of a sudden,
go look him up and how many things he's had his hands into the government for the past 30 years. So if before you mention Elon, go do some research and look up George Soros.
Yep. Agreed. Okay, so did you ever, I think you do know about this, Jimmy, about what Christy Noam was talking about, the NGOs, and I think I had a clip here about it, but do you know what she was talking about the NGOs?
That they freeze the money or quit giving them money. There's been so much going on this week. It's been and there's been so much happening. It's hard to keep up with everything.
Okay. So,
but all I do know is that they did freeze the money to the NGOs or cut them off or whatever.
Okay, and that's a good thing, right? For our
Yes,
community.
that's a good thing. That's a good thing.
Okay, now are the Jehovah's Witnesses considered an NGO?
I don't think they are anymore publicly. And the reason I say that is because they filed for that status in 1992. And then when they were outed in 2001, they got out from being an NGO. But according to the CEO that I got on camera back in 2019, he said they're still involved with the UN. I just don't know what capacity.
Okay. That's exactly what that reminded me of. That's what I wanted to ask you. But I don't have the clip on hand, so I'm just going to move on to the next subject because this is even more interesting. Did you see what Bukele, I think that's how you pronounce it, Bukele made a post about the prisoners. Did you see that?
Did not,
Okay.
but you said his name right.
Okay, all right. So welcome back, Jesse. I knew he was going to come back.
I told you he's coming back.
Yeah, definitely.
He's like herpes.
NAFTA. NAFTA.
What? NAFTA Gonzalez, how you doing?
I think he missed what I said.
I got it, but it's so terrible that I don't like to think about
it. We don't laugh at his jokes, but he don't laugh at ours.
Hey, research. You know how Jimmy and you are always talking about research?
Yes.
And you know Gilbert and I.
Yes.
We don't like to do research because we're lazy.
Right.
We believe in that watchtower method. We'll do the studying for you. But I got to tell you something I've been researching. That question you just said about is Watchtower still an NGO? I'm going to use Jimmy's phrase, the rabbit hole. So we know they're Watchtower. So you go on the internet and there's literally hundreds of rabbit holes because there's so many corporations. Like, for instance, in Europe, they're the IBSA, International Bible Students Association.
Yep.
But in the America, there's still an IBSA, which was the original Watchtower when Rutherford died. But in England, that is part of the Watchtower. So it's going to take brothers and sisters, apostates, a lot of researching to find out if there was federal funds to some of these shell corporations. And that's where the research comes in. But if they do, for example, and one of the ones I did do some research on was the agricultural food supply. Now, this is all public information. Watchtower Bible and Tract Society did participate in that. But what I could find out when I researched it, it was for small amounts. And when I'm saying small amounts, like 55,000, 10,000, they participated in the federal program during COVID. So that is public information. The real question is, this is the scandal that's brewing. A lot of religious NGOs affiliated with religions have these other corporations that are involved in immigration, involved in other stuff, in the millions and millions of dollars.
Yep.
Now, one thing we do know, I can't find no information on the internet if Watchtower received any money as an NGO for that. But I do know one thing. If you go to jw.org, when we were growing up in the 80s, if Pope John Paul II farted, you know the Watchtower was going to write an article condemning him.
Right. Right.
If the Catholics sneezed, if the Baptists sneezed, if Jimmy Swaggart said something, they would file a amicus brief to help him out. Watchtower was always involved when there was some kind of religious news. When we were growing up in the 70s and 80s and the 60s, and they would watch it, they would write about it in Observing the World. But something we're seeing now, the biggest scandal of Babylon the Great, they call it Babylon the Great, involved in human smuggling for money by Christian NGOs, and the Watchtower doesn't dedicate one article. They're talking about all these hypocrite politicians, but they're not condemning the religions who are knee deep in the money.
Yep.
Isn't that interesting? Go to jw.org. They won't write nothing condemning the Lutherans involved, the Catholics involved, the Baptists taking money in the name of Christ.
And
all this human smuggling, and the Watchtower is silent about it. In the 80s, they would have written a book about it.
Oh, totally. Yeah, I saw a report this week, I think it was 2 days ago, where it showed the Lutheran churches and the different names that they were using. And next to it was what they were getting money from and funding. And then it had the millions and billions of dollars that was being paid to them for doing all that stuff. So, it's just not the Lutherans. Watchtower's involved in it too.
I would like to find out because I saw the Catholics were in that too, and I was
won't
gonna
even
ask
do
my priest.
They won't even do one article, not one article.
No.
In all of our lives, we were always criticizing Christendom.
Right.
And
Exactly.
here, Christendom is doing something so immoral, so grotesque, and Jehovah doesn't say nothing about it?
Nothing.
Criminals always protect criminals.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Wow.
Do you remember in the 80s when Jimmy Swaggart was being sued? And the Watchtower received a lot of criticism for this, but they wrote an amicus brief to the Supreme Court in the defense of him because it had to do with money and the collections of money, taxation. So when Watchtower's taxes were affected, then they would defend somebody from Babylon the Great.
Oh, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah.
And I'm just using the jargon Babylon the Great. I don't believe the churches are Babylon the Great. I'm just using their words.
We got you.
And the LA assemblies at Dodger Stadium ruled in the 80s.
Nice.
So,
hey, I got a picture like in 1984 with my Ray-Ban glasses on top of center field next to the 76. You know the Union 76 logo? And my brother-in-law took a picture of me. I just had these orange Ray-Ban glasses. Remember like John Wayne?
Oh my God.
Yeah.
Yeah, we know.
Total 80s.
I
man.
don't, but they know.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I look real cool. I look like part of Ronald Reagan's staff or something. Mm-hmm.
Miami Vice.
Miami Vice. Uh-huh.
So going back to this DOGE program, I don't know if I'm misreading what Colty said or not about two wrongs don't make a right. Maybe she was saying that after I said about Soros. Here's the difference. Elon has been tasked with a job to find waste and corruption in the government financial sectors. That's his job. Soros, on the other hand, was propping up prosecutors, governors, congressmen, Senate leaders, other corporations. He was propping them up so he could push the New World agenda. There's a difference in what the two were doing or what they're doing. So when it comes to that, you can't make a comparison. It's not, one's doing something that's good. The other one did something that was horrible and bad for our country.
That's so true, Jimmy. But to defend the other side, let me just throw the devil's advocate here. Maybe Colty Talk is talking about this, but everything is a pendulum in politics. And one day the Democrats will have power. And I think John Kennedy in the Senate, he was alluding it when he was questioning Kash Patel, I believe. And the difference between retribution and revenge, because we know if the Democrats were to gain power today, they would go on a Soviet-style gulag killing spree. They would abort us so fast. And so some of the Senate Republicans and the moderates and conservatives are saying, hey, let's be careful with revenge, because when these Democrats get power, they're going to want to abort us. They're through with their children. They're going to want to abort us on the right. So I know what you're saying. There was some major crimes done, but it cannot fall on to the public. It can't be seen as revenge. It has to be legal, hard facts.
I agree with that. Yes. And that's what retribution is. And Donald Trump has said many times, he's not looking for revenge. He said, I am your retribution. And we already know that he's all about law and order. So if these things come out and they are proven, like, all this money being wasted and who's responsible for that, and it goes to a court of law and these people are found guilty, well, that's not revenge. That's retribution. That's holding accountability for these people that have committed crimes in our country.
Yeah. Sorry, guys, I had to step away for a second. But the next topic that I wanted to go into was about what Bukele said about the prisoners Did you see that? Because Trump was saying that we should send even criminals. I think he was saying like criminals to Gitmo. I mean, like illegal aliens over there. Then he was saying, oh, we should even send the criminals who are the bad of the bad to different countries. And for a small fee, we can send them over there. And then it would help that country as well. So it's like a trade of like prisoners agreement. So this was the tweet that Bukele posted. He says, we have offered the United States of America the opportunity to outsource part of its prison system. We are willing to take in only convicted criminals, including convicted U.S. citizens, into our mega prison in exchange for a fee. The fee would be relatively low for the U.S., but significant for us, making our entire prison system sustainable. So really quickly, before I show you the video about that prison, I wanted to ask you, do you think it's okay to send U.S. citizens to a different prison if they were convicted?
Can I answer that?
Go ahead, and then I'll comment.
Sure.
Just an idea. My opinion is yes, if Trump answered it, if it's legal, if it's within the confines of the Constitution, if it's legal, only under that course. So you're not going to start shipping out people today. They might in Guantanamo because it's a U.S. protectorate, but a foreign country. The Democrats have a say in this. The Congress, the People's House, it has to pass through the People's House, the House of Representatives, I think. And I think Trump talked about that. But something I wanted to tell you, Ruby, for people who say that we're a racist country or we have a racist government. I grew up, so I have 56 years of history and learning history from my father. And I remember him talking about Henry Kissinger, Marx, and I saw those old pictures of John F. Kennedy and white men and European men making American rules and diplomacy. But today on the world stage, we saw two Latinos making world decisions, Marco Rubio and Bukele. It is a watershed moment in the history of Western Hemisphere. So these people who say, oh, the United States of Russia is Trump is a racist. What we witnessed today, we saw the son of a Cuban immigrant, and we saw a leader of Central America, two Latinos, making world decisions, shaping the world body. And so there is no way people can say Trump is racist, because we have Latinos here representing the United States in the world stage, in the biggest news of the day.
I want to add to that in a different sense, and then I want to go back to answering the question about the prisoners. Everybody wants, the folks on the left want to say, oh, Trump is homophobic or whatever. Okay. In regards to the Rubio situation, Trump just sent Richard Grenell down to, where was it? Venezuela. Was it Venezuela? Yeah. Venezuela. Richard Grenell is an openly gay man, and sent him down to Venezuela and got 6. He went in there and he was responsible for getting 6 of our hostages released out of Venezuela. I didn't even know we had hostages in Venezuela. So Trump put this, and this guy worked in his cabinet in his first term too. So Richard Grenell is an openly gay man. So he's not a racist. Jesse gave the example of that, and he's not a homophobe either, because he's got these people in his cabinet.
Yes.
So,
and Rick Grenell, he's a fixer. Rick Grenell's a patriot.
Oh, he's amazing.
He's not gay. I know he's gay. That's not what I'm saying. He's an American. He's a man.
Right.
The fact that he's gay is irrelevant. It's irrelevant. The best man for the job. Marco Rubio is not a Cuban American. He's the best man for the job at hand.
Exactly. Now, to answer the question about the prisoners, do I think it's appropriate for a U.S. citizen convicted by rule of law and sentence to be shipped away? Well, let's look at what's happened in history before. Do we know what the word exile is?
Yes.
Countries used to exile people out of their countries. Hell, we talked about it last week. That's how Australia was founded. So if there's an individual in our prison system, this is my opinion, if there's an individual in our prison system that has been convicted and supposed to serve 2 life terms, then why not? It'll save us money. on our tax dollars.
I didn't think about that. That's a good point.
True, but this is the beauty of Administration 47. Let's get it through the people's delegation. Let's get it through the House of Representatives. America will be right behind it.
Mm-hmm.
And even if the vote goes down 212 to 211, at least the people spoke, and then we get the job done.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Personally, I have no problem with it. I mean, anyway, I wouldn't have a problem with it.
Mm-hmm.
I agree.
Okay, I had this.
Agreed.
I had this 9-minute clip that I wanted to play about that prison because people have been talking about it. This is where they would go, and it's 9 minutes. So I'm gonna take a little bathroom break while you guys watch this because I did watch it.
Ruby, before you play that, just real quick on this whole thing, 30,000 Marines have just been commissioned within the last couple of days as well to go down to Guantanamo Bay and start serving down there. 30,000 Marines.
Oh yeah, because Trump said that it finally went through to start sending illegal immigrants over there, right?
Yeah. So yeah.
Wow, that's crazy. So it's actually really you see, this is what shocks me is that it's actually happening. Like we're not just talking about it anymore. It's happening. So when I see something like this being spoken about this prison, it's only a matter of time that this actually starts happening. So it's like I'm preparing myself and educating myself about what this is so that we're not that shocked when it actually happens.
Ruby, do you know how happy digital soldiers and Anons have been the last 2 weeks?
I think so.
Because all this stuff that we've been talking about is actually happening.
It's happening now, but then I always feel like, why didn't this happen when Trump first came into office? You know,
I can explain. The people weren't ready.
Right. And you say that all the time, but for me, I'm just like, we could have had this already. You know, like
no, the people were still the people didn't have the evidence of the corruption and everything. They had sometimes you have to go through the dark to see the light, and that's what happened. That's what happened to America.
I have to agree with Jimmy on this one. I think so too. We had to hit rock bottom.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. You have to destroy it to rebuild it. And that's what we have to do. We have to destroy all that. And now I feel like we're rebuilding to a greater.
Wonderful.
America.
All right. Play the video.
All right. I'll play the video. And
yeah, me too.
All right. We're going to go in here.
Even as I'm stepping through these doors, I don't fully grasp what we're about to walk into.
Oh, wow.
Suddenly, you're hit with the intense gaze of dozens locking onto you. These men described as the worst of the worst, tattest. It's tense and uncomfortable. But here, officials say comfort isn't meant to exist.
There's no mattresses, there's no sheets. You've got a toilet over here for them to go to the bathroom. You've got this basin here that they use to bathe themselves. And then you can see there's a barrel of water that they can drink from.
This is a rare look inside El Salvador's terrorism confinement center, known as SECOT.
He says there's always somebody standing here in front of the cells. And then if you look up, there's another corridor with more security personnel. Luz 24 horas. 24/7 light.
The prison sits like an isolated fortress, nestled in mountainous terrain, about an hour-and-a-half drive from the capital. Even with government officials on board with us, we're stopped a mile out.
Oh, okay. He's gonna inspect bags now too. Okay, we're clear to get back in.
Only to hit another checkpoint. Approaching the main gate, our cell signals vanish.
They want to do a full search on us before we enter.
SECOT's director, Belarmino Garcia, greets us and takes us through a rigorous security check.
Wedding ring. So this is like airport security on steroids. Anything that we're carrying with us. Okay. Anything we're carrying with us has to go there. And then there's a body scan that continues on the other side.
Okay. Shoes off. This one back on. Gracias.
Once cleared, we tour the vast campus, starting with the armory.
He says they have to constantly remind themselves that they're dealing with essentially the worst of the worst, and for that reason, they need to be ready for whatever risks they might face. It's been equated to 7 football stadiums. It's almost multiple prisons within the prison. You can see off to the distance, there's 3 different rings as they describe. The far end, you have one that's 9 meters high of concrete, and then above that, 3 meters of electrified fencing.
15,000 volts.
15,000 volts.
More than 1,000 security personnel, guards, police, and military are stationed on site. Inmates are assigned to one of 8 sectors.
The director tells me the inmates, once they're inside one of these sectors, they never leave. Everything is done within, including doctors, as well as legal visits or court hearings.
Each sector holds more than 24 large cells.
Roughly 80 inmates per cell, but it can fluctuate.
Most bear the markings of the gangs that held this nation hostage for decades, committing brutal acts of violence.
You gotta kill people, you gotta rob, you gotta do what you gotta do to survive.
You have to do those things.
Yeah, you gotta do that.
And if you didn't do those things, you wouldn't
be a gangbanger.
We meet 41-year-old Marvin Vasquez, shackled and heavily guarded.
What gang were you part of?
MS-13.
And do you have any gang affiliations?
Yeah, I'm tattooed up.
What is this?
Crazy criminal. Say crazy criminals. Yeah, I made this clique in 2011.
You made the clique?
Yeah.
You were a gang leader?
Yeah.
What is it like to live here?
It's probably not a hotel 5-star, but they give you the 3 times the food. They give you some programs. You go to do exercise.
Ejercicio nosotros lo podemos repetir siempre.
Some church religion programs too.
But that's limited to just 30 minutes a day. The other 23 and a half hours, they're kept inside and locked up.
For inmates who get violent with other prisoners or guards,
we're going to close the door. I just want to get a sense of... Wow.
solitary confinement awaits.
The only light you get is through this hole. They can be in here for 15 days, potentially. All right, I'm ready to get out.
Critics point specifically to the prison's strict control and isolation of inmates, calling it a violation of human rights.
The director brought up that a lot of folks will raise concerns from a human rights perspective and an abuse of human rights, that he's calm hearing that because he sees it day to day, the process they go through to maintain, as he sees it, proper punishment.
While you're cut off from society here, whispers of life on the outside make their way in.
I've heard about it, that it's a new El Salvador, it looks different.
That new El Salvador has emerged under President Nayib Bukele, who took office in 2019 and declared a controversial state of emergency more than 2 years ago. It sparked an aggressive crackdown on crime. We see that firsthand as some 2,500 police and soldiers deploy into one neighborhood.
It's going to go on through the night for however long it takes for them to root out any suspected criminal elements.
Late last week, as the U.S. State Department lowered its travel advisory for El Salvador, citing a significant reduction in crime, it also warned that Bukele's emergency measures allow authorities to arrest anyone suspected of gang activity and suspends constitutional rights.
Hola, Juan Carlos, yo soy David.
Juan Carlos tells me he was wrongfully held for 5 months at a lower security prison earlier this year. He says the poor conditions led to an infection in his leg.
He said he was lumped in and assumed to be part of a gang. And he said in part because of how he looked, he had long hair. He said he had a long beard. And he says he has tattoos, but he points out that for him, these are just artistic expressions. They have nothing to do with being part of a gang.
The Bukele administration has acknowledged that innocent people have been swept up in the crackdown, and they say more than 7,000 have already been released. They see it as collateral damage, and Juan Carlos, while frustrated with the tactics, believes under Bukele his country is safer.
Is this headquarters for you guys?
Yes.
Okay. Yes.
Bukele's security minister targets gangs with an academic-like approach.
I heard you have a book. Is it true?
Yeah.
And this is a book that has the markings of gang members.
All the marks.
The minister compiling his findings from his nearly 30 years in law enforcement to help interpret gang symbols.
Wow, these 3 dots that says signify 3 things to the gang members, that they have 3 destinations essentially: jail, hospital, or cemetery.
From his office, he monitors crime reports in real time and keeps tabs on his officers in the field.
You can say, if there's a particular officer that's in an area that's in question, why were you there so long? What were you doing? And you can hold them accountable.
He even says the program they've built has started to incorporate AI, which can tell them
where you have to put your police officer.
And yet most we meet seem unfazed by the added show of force.
I asked him, I said, how do you feel with all these soldiers? I mean, there's a couple of dozen just even right outside his door. And he said, no, I feel safe.
I sat next to Jorge Moran on my flight in. His family fled El Salvador's civil war when he was 3.
Just coming to the airport, you feel the sense of like safety,
Do you feel it in the U.S.?
No.
You don't?
No.
And you live in Indiana?
Yes, sir.
Jorge fully supports President Bukele, as do most arriving passengers, it seems.
And folks are actually stopping to get their pictures taken between President Bukele and First Lady.
Under Bukele's state of emergency, law enforcement have arrested more than 81,000 people. El Salvador now has one of the world's highest incarceration rates. Most end up in facilities like these, where they can work to reduce their sentences. The most hardened criminals, though, brought to Secot, where inside, a life sentence awaits.
We did bad things. We pay it the rough way, doing time.
And yet for many on the outside, the prison, now a symbol of newfound freedom, the new El Salvador, as they see it.
It's pretty awesome.
That was a good video. Yeah. I mean, I don't know. I think it's a good idea. Maybe that's the only thing that I would think about in foreign aid is paying them to take our prisoners.
Well, that's a deal. That's not,
yeah, exactly.
But I mean, just look at what the people of ask the people how they feel now. That's how you have to look at it. And the people of El Salvador, they feel safer now. They actually have one of the lowest murder rates in the world now, and crime rates.
Right. I want to do that here in America.
Yeah, and we're doing that.
You know what? The only thing scares me, Jimmy, is that the high concentration of the criminal element in one. For example, let's say we get El Salvador, which is a jailer state like Australia was in the past, or in Mexico, Las Islas Marias, or penal colonies all over the Anglo-American Empire, maybe, or like what's that, French Guyana. But let's say the left were to do a coup and take out Bukele, and they were to unleash those prisoners. Like, for instance, the spring in
the Arab
Egypt,
Spring, yeah,
Arab Spring, or the way Obama and Biden unleashed Black Lives Matter on the cities in the United States. So a lot of times people are used as weapons.
Totally.
Yeah, so that's the only thing that scares me, the high concentration of the criminal element. If they were to get free for some reason, a major earthquake or something catastrophic, the hell they would leash on the land.
Yeah, that would suck.
Yeah, but I think we have the power to take them out. Drop a few bombs and they'll be taken care of.
She said,
hey, Doreen, here's my picture at the Dodger Stadium. Dodger Stadium.
Oh yeah, I saw you at Top Deck.
That was in 82.
Top Deck. Wait, 82. I was like 10 years old, maybe.
Wow.
I was 14.
Wow. That's amazing. I'm
82.
so glad about it.
I was 9.
It was miserable because it was like 100 degrees during the summer.
Oh man, my mom almost died on one. There was sisters passing out all the time, and you would have to take them back
in heels too in the stadium.
Even in San Diego, it got super hot. Yeah.
Hey, Gigi.
They out there reminiscing.
I'm gonna bail out. Make room for Gilbert.
No.
Right.
No, Jesse,
Same
stay.
here. I gotta go.
Stay,
Bye,
Jesse,
guys.
because I gotta go. I just wanted to say,
Oh, good night, Doreen.
Night.
I just wanted
Go
to
ahead,
defend
Gigi.
Kelly. That's all. And what you guys miss is that every time a United States Secretary of State goes to a country, it's always give me, give me, give me, give me. So what happened is Marco Rubio, if you listen to the whole thing, especially when he talks in Spanish, it's the first time when it was the other way around. Bukele was acting like America, United States. He was saying, we will help you. It wasn't the other way around. You see, and so Donald Trump was amazed because he's like, hold on, he's acting like me, and he's better than me for the first time. That's why it was so unprecedented.
Yeah.
And Jesse and Jimmy are right. It has to go through Congress, yada 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 yada. But the fact that what Bukele did is showed all of the other nations, no, you need to give back. And that was the whole thing,
But Gilbert, let
ahead.
me just throw a screwball. As a son of Ronald Reagan, as the children of Ronald Reagan's era, Ronald Reagan taught us the skepticism. He told us the worst words in the English language are, "I'm with the government and I'm here to help." And so I don't think we want that help.
No. So
Maybe-
this is where you're wrong, because Rubio went in, and Bukele was hospitable. You see, and Bukele makes no bones about it, and he's talked about it with Tucker Carlson. He got on his knees with his cabinet and they prayed before they arrested MS-13, because they knew they're a secular nation. They know they're not a religious nation, but it's called El Salvador. But they knew that they had a job to do, and they needed a little bit of help, so they got on their knees.
Here's where you're wrong.
So
It's
he was
an
being very
experiment.
hospitable. Go ahead.
They're too young. They're too young. They haven't established their bona fides. They're only 2 years old as a republic, maybe under Bukele. And they did come through the biggest hell chamber of all time, the murder capital. They've done a lot, but they're a very young republic. Can you imagine the amount of Marxists surround them? So it's a very dangerous. You got to tread carefully when you're in Central America.
Nobody has more Marxists than the Americans. We got the best of everything.
Yes, but we have in God we trust. They trust in cryptocurrency. So at least we have a strong foundation.
Yeah, that's going a whole another rabbit hole there.
And that's again where you're wrong, because Bukele not only has the cryptocurrency, he created the sovereign fund before Donald Trump created the sovereign fund.
Yeah.
But here's where you're wrong, is that the cryptocurrency, you said it was an American deep state manipulation.
Yes.
So he's investing in our manipulation. So he's really on shaky ground.
Yeah, he knows it. Of course they know it. But guess what? He's also paid off his debt. So, and thanks to the same Federal Reserve that created that Bitcoin, paid off his international debt. So
touche.
Yeah.
Touche. Good point.
So he fought fire with fire, So
this is definitely a partnership between El Salvador and the United States now, and this is what I was talking about. You wouldn't see this 2 years ago, 10 years ago, 20 years ago. That's why.
Exactly. Yeah.
And listen, and Bukele is an example to the world. Every small nation can become just like El Salvador.
They can, yes.
And Donald Trump is riding that wave, and I think he's going to use El Salvador as an example that, hey, you in Africa, if he could do it, you could do it.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
Hey,
love
Gilbert,
what. Go ahead, Jesse.
I'm so glad we could correct you on these points.
Yep, just like Eric said, Gigi and Jesse are calling each other wrong, like back and forth. Here's where you're wrong.
Oh,
I love it.
him. You got to
Listen,
correct him.
Jesse's just jealous because Bukele is rebuilding his capital cities with the architecture that Donald Trump wants to bring back, and he's doing it. And so, but I'm not. When Donald Trump is talking about the golden age of America, all you have to look at the videos from Bukele on YouTube and look what he's doing to his capital cities, and this is what Donald Trump has envisioned for LA. for Chicago, and this is why he's mad as hell. And he announced today that he's going to investigate him personally. Not he said me personally. I'm not going to get Elon. I'm going to investigate California for the massive fraud in that train system that they were doing.
Oh yeah.
And he says, I know about building. I know this is the greatest fraud ever perpetrated in the United States. And Donald Trump says that he is going to look at the numbers.
Good.
California is shaking. But see, that's what I'm just saying is that Bukele, and I know Jesse's jealous, but it's an example of what Miami could be. It's an example of what Tampa could be. And I think we're going to get there. I think we're going to get there.
No, I'm not jealous, Gilbert. What I'm saying is that Marco Rubio, Bukele, and J.D. Vance, all these young guys who are in a position of power, these 40-year-old kids, 30-year-old kids, they don't necessarily talk about the spirit of America. And I'm just like, for instance, when J.D. Vance was talking about the American dream being dead or not believing in the American hope, and it's not words that I would hear coming from John F. Kennedy, Ronald Reagan, Harry Truman, or Abraham Lincoln, or George Washington. So what I'm saying is this younger generation, I love them. Don't get me wrong, Bukele, Marco Rubio, but I don't see the spirit like I did in our past fathers, like Ronald Reagan or Martin Luther King or John F. Kennedy. In
all fairness, Jesse, on that one, I've heard JD Vance give speeches on the spirit of America. I've heard Marco Rubio give speeches that were very American. So I'd have to disagree with you on that one.
And
Bukele, that's all. I haven't heard him.
And Bukele did it when he was talking to Tucker Carlson. Jesse, he told everybody we're a secular country, but we got on our knees. And after all, our country is called El Salvador. So,
and I think too, to interject, I think too, what a lot of people don't. I watched 3 videos this week where this guy's on TikTok, and he says, "What do you think when you hear how do people live in Ethiopia?" And it showed the hut. It showed the huts. It showed just the downtrodden area. He said, "But what if I told you that it looked like this?"
Yeah.
And he went to this, and it was just amazing and beautiful, very modern. He did one with Ethiopia, and he did the other one with, oh my God, Iraq. Yeah, Iraq. He did one with Iraq, and these places look so modernized now. And you hear Trump talk about it in his rally speeches when he was saying, I've been around the world. The airports that these people have are way better than ours. The road systems they have are better than ours.
Yeah.
Here in America, we have been led to believe that we are the most advanced, most advanced society there is. Technologically, beautiful buildings, everything. But you look overseas, and they are like years ahead of us.
Yeah, Indonesia's years ahead of us when it comes to engineering and stuff.
And that's why Trump says they're turning us into, when he was talking about the deep state, he says they're turning us into a third world country.
Exactly.
Right. Yeah.
And the last thing, Jesse, they are talking about they are eloquent speakers, because right now today Marco Rubio was in Costa Rica, and the president reminded everybody that Costa Rica is the only country where we have more Americans in Costa Rica than they have Costa Ricans illegally. Costa Ricans don't leave illegally into America. It's the other way around. But the president of Costa Rica, right next to Rubio, was talking about life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. And he kept talking about the pursuit of happiness. So this thing that you're talking about, the spirit, it is alive and well. With the former president of Brazil that got cheated out, he's on that bandwagon. So I'm more positive, I think, than
I'm the same.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just that when we heard John F. Kennedy say that, and you are that light that will light the world, in his inauguration speech, that he was talking about the United States. When Ronald Reagan says, "You are the shiny city on the hill," when Martin Luther King says, "I haven't gotten there, but I might not get there with you. They were all looking for this place called America. It was a beacon of hope, a beacon of light. And I think we are the best country. Like when in America the Beautiful, when it says, may God thy gold refine, it's not talking about money. It's the spirit in our country that lights the world. It lights the world. It makes Bukele be Bukele. It makes Costa Rica be Costa Rica. It's Indonesia because we light the way. So if we stop talking about the spirit of America, then the light goes dark.
Well, look what happened this weekend in England with the Tommy Robinson protests. Everybody's out there. What do they all have? They all had red hats that said mega, not MAGA, mega.
Because we light the way, Gilbert.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
And Nigel Farage is riding that wave. He got his surfboard. And England, unfortunately, is late, but they're going to catch up.
Yeah.
So what you're really seeing, you're seeing the deep state getting beat, the New World Order getting beat, and it's being done away with. That's why you see the spread of all these different countries going for that life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness.
Right.
And you know what? One of the things that makes me hopeful too is that when I was a kid listening to the great American conservative speeches and Rush Limbaugh or Paul Harvey and everything, when I was in Mexico or my family or watching Mexican news or Latin American news, I never heard Western conservatism. Never. It was always through the leftist slant in Latin America. But all of a sudden, there's a renaissance happening in Latin American country. All of a sudden, there's a renaissance in the European Union of national people loving their nation and getting away from this world order. So it's like water seeks its own level. The love of your country, the love of your fellow man, the love of freedom, it's natural. You don't have to go to school to know it. It just comes from the heart, and people start embracing it.
Exactly. That's what patriotism and nationalism is for me. It's the love of country and nation first, because those nations are also doing it. Why is it wrong for us to do it? A point about what Jimmy was talking about, those other countries, how we are led to believe that they are like poor or whatever. I just saw a clip on X that this guy was secretly recording on his iPhone what the streets looked like in North Korea when he was visiting. It was a Russian tourist that was recording it. Yeah, I'm gonna send it to you. And he's like, you see, we're made to believe that North Korea is, what we believe it to be. And then he shows the footage. It was beautiful. It was like 42nd Street. It was lights everywhere, and the streets were clean, and it was beautiful. So I'm gonna send it to you on DM, Jimmy, so you can see it. But
I'd like to see that.
Yeah, that's why I agree with things like this. They want us to believe one thing, and that's why we have to donate because there's hungry children in Africa or something.
I just don't think people realize how freaking brainwashed
and
that they're doing to everybody. I don't think people realize that. The indoctrination, the propaganda, it's non-freaking stop every day, day in, day out.
Right. But then when you hear some of those leaders actually agreeing with Trump, like there was an African president, I think, I don't know who it was, but he was saying like, yeah, we actually agree with this foreign aid being turned off so that we can self-sustain, like we can take care of our own. We don't need that. We can take care of ourselves. And he was talking about like the AIDS, some foreign aid that we were giving to them over AIDS. And they were even the people were agreeing with that. So I'm like, you see, these other people are saying one thing, but our media is saying another thing. But if I say it, I'm racist or something's wrong with us.
I want to point on that. I know I say some things and people are like, yeah, Jimmy, that's not going to happen. That's not happening. I get that. I understand why you're saying that. However, I got some confirmation this past week from the things that I've been doing. And it was an individual back in the spring, April of 2020. I had a friend that I knew for about a year. They were XJW, and they were going to come to Apostostock. They were loving everything we were doing. But once I went political, oh my God, they turned on me, so to speak. Not really, they just disappeared. Well, I get back on Facebook 2 weeks ago today. Yay, happy 2-week anniversary. And I got a message from the same individual, said, hey, you showed up on requested friends request. I wanted to send you a friend request, and I wanted to apologize for my TDS 4 years ago.
Wow.
She says, I have been red pilled since then. I would love to talk sometime. So this,
Wow.
yeah, I have it. It's legit. I have it on my message. But she said, I'm sorry for my TDS 4 years ago. That came from them. I didn't say that. So they realized they were being manipulated by the media and did research and got red pilled and figured it out. That's pretty cool. So all I'm saying, you may not agree with me now, but there's a possibility you might send me a message like that one day.
Yeah, and it's okay to do so. It's okay to find out you were probably wrong about something and to change your opinion. There's nothing wrong with that, and actually admitting that and changing your perspective on something, and then messaging somebody like Jimmy or me or anybody who thinks differently of you and say that. And just to let Colty know, TDS means Trump derangement syndrome. It's this hatred over Trump, which we kind of saw in the chat earlier today.
Yeah.
And it doesn't matter what we say, they're gonna come up with something else to say. Oh well, this. Oh well, this. So they're attacking the character, but they're not attacking the policy or the good things that he's doing. But they attack the character, or they call him a rapist.
Speaking of that, the good things he's doing, show that picture I sent you for 2 weeks since then, since we just said 2 weeks. I sent it on your DMs.
Okay, my DMs. All right, everybody, you're gonna see my DMs with Jimmy. Hold on. Okay, so it was a screenshot, you said?
I believe so.
Okay, I'm gonna show you guys. Okay, prepare yourself. These are my DMs.
With me.
Yeah.
Oh God. You're trying to make it. I'm old, I can't see.
Okay, so it was a screenshot about some talking points. Then you sent me 2 Facebook posts. Then another screenshot of a Facebook post about tariffs. We didn't even get into that. So that's
There it is right there. That one right there.
okay, 2 weeks in.
Yeah.
Okay. 2 weeks in, Mexico caved, Panama caved, Colombia caved, Venezuela caved, Canada panicking, mass deportations, hostages are home, DEI programs ended, bureaucracy slashed, FBI purges are underway, USAID funding canceled, gender ideology eliminated, DOGE already saved billions, 51 intel agents lost clearance, border crossings dropped by 93%, river wars filled up in California, just to name a few developments.
Yeah, all within the last 2 weeks.
And we have a new visitor on the show, a cute baby. Aww.
This is the first time we had a baby on the show.
Yeah.
It's
Who
my
is
son. It's
that?
my smallest grandson. He's 1 year old.
Nice.
Oh, that's so nice, Jesse.
He only likes me because of the iPad, because he loves Disney's Johnny Appleseed. And so
Yeah.
he gets it. He wants me to take him on the Johnny Appleseed. And he loves 60s rock and roll blues, like the Yardbirds and some early Cream and Clapton.
Yeah.
He goes,
Aw.
he's trying to.
Sorry, I just saw a comment. Colty said caved.
Yeah.
Let me give you an example. The United States under Trump wanted to deport some people back to Colombia. Colombia was refused. The hell?
That was me.
Sorry.
Exit. Turn it off.
Oh, okay. Colombia refused to take those planes in. All right. So then Trump said, fine. All right. We're going to tariff you. And then the next day or something about funding or something, Trump was. So within 17 or within 2 hours, I think it was, the Colombian president said, Mr. President, we would be more than happy to take our people back. Plus, we are going to give you our own plane so you can do it.
Right.
So the president of Colombia threatened Trump was something, and Trump said, we're not doing that, and he caved.
Mm-hmm.
So that's one example. Mexico, same thing. They weren't sending They weren't sending anybody to the border. They weren't going to do anything. But then once Trump said, "Hey, we might have to put a tariff on you," oh no, Mr. President, we will get those So now they got 10,000 National Mexican Guard going to the border to help secure the border. So Mexico caved.
The California water.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, that's a whole nother story there, because there was actually two different pipelines. There was one ran by the state, the other one was ran by the federal government. So what the Biden administration did is they shut off the pipe for the federal government, and the state limited the flow of their water. So when Trump came in, what they were trying to do, what Trump got it turned, the military, the Army Corps of Engineers went down there and turned that pump back on the federal level. So then the state said, fine, we're going to cut back our water. And Trump, did what he had to do when he went to go see Gavin. And now both pumps are running at full capacity from Northern California down to South Carolina or South California.
And you know what? If you start counting those things that Ruby had, they're changing on an hourly basis. Like the firing of the EPA agents. Yep. I remember in 1988 when Ronald Reagan left. I remember there was the news articles. You know what the news articles were in 1988 when George H.W. Bush became president? We haven't seen the president in 1 month. I swear to God, between Reagan and George W. Bush, H.W. Bush, there was nothing. There was he wasn't out. They were trying to keep a low profile because he's not of consequence. They were not presidents of great consequence. Maybe between Gerald Ford and Richard Nixon, nothing. Maybe between George H.W. Bush and Bill Clinton, there was a few little small things. Between Johnson and Nixon, between Obama and Bush.
Yep.
But here, the consequences are every day, every minute. Every minute is a picture. Every second is a snapshot. Every second is a movie. Remember how Barack Obama, he says he's leading from behind?
Yeah.
He was lazy. And I'm a Mexican American. We know what workers are. Barack Obama was lazy. Now we're seeing what a real worker is like. You know how they say that the comedians say that Donald Trump is the first black president. Yeah. Hell no. Yeah. Donald Trump is the first beaner. That doesn't work.
For real.
Yeah, he is working. Ruby, I was just looking through the chat. I've noticed a lot of people are starting to fall off. It's getting late.
Yep.
Did you have anything? I know we didn't get into tariffs tonight, but we have a really good video for that.
Yeah.
Do it later.
Next Tuesday, definitely, because I think, let me see. The last thing that I really wanted to talk about was the South Africa stuff, because that was crazy. So we could leave that for next Tuesday as well.
I don't know about what. Okay, so the only thing let's talk about it. The only thing I know is from what somebody said about Operation Spotlight. She said, Jimmy, I can't mail anything from South Africa. She said, can I email it in? Because she said the government has shut down the mail system.
Yeah, that is about the Operation Spotlight, but I saw Trump talking about South Africa, so it was political.
So that's why I'm wondering if there's a correlation between what she said about the government shut down the mail system and the information that you wanted to share.
That's a good point. I'm not sure, but South Africa is going through a lot right now, and I think it's very unsteady over there. So that I don't know if it is or if it isn't, but we can definitely touch on it next Tuesday.
I'll keep an eye out and see what I see about it.
It is ugly. The expropriation of land from white farmers.
Exactly.
I know that's going on.
So that's Marxism 101. They're confiscating wealth and redistributing it to big time. It's scary down there.
Yeah, something's gonna pop off soon, and so we'll definitely dive into that next Tuesday. We're gonna do the Mexico and the Canada tariffs. I wanted to just dive because Jimmy did mention it about them caving in and everything, but I wanted to dig a little deeper into the like how Jimmy says, understand why they're doing these things.
Yes,
Hey,
yes.
Can I ask you two a question? Did you guys talk about the Department of Education, or is it too fresh?
Oh, we
Uh,
need to next
it's
Tuesday. Yes.
Yeah, let's do that next Tuesday, because I believe between now and next Tuesday, you're going to hear a lot more information about the Department of Education.
Yeah, it's unfolding
Yep.
before our eyes, huh?
Yeah.
Exactly. There's always so much things to talk about that I have to write a list. Like I
But
had
that one is so
Yeah.
huge, Ruby.
on
That
this
one is
list.
so huge. The Department of Education, that's transformational. That's
Oh yeah, it's huge. But you know what we didn't do tonight, and I'm actually proud of us.
What?
We didn't talk about the psyops over the weekend with the planes crashing.
Oh my goodness, I totally forgot. No,
Which-
but I
which
really
one?
wanted to.
I know, but see, but that's cool, because that just shows that we're like, yeah, we know what happened there. That's bull crap. I mean, we know that okay, hold on.
What psyops?
Yes.
We know
Plane crashes.
false flags. False
False
flags are real.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, people die, but it gets blamed on the wrong people. So
Right.
we know those were 2 false flags. We didn't talk about them tonight.
Which
That's
ones,
kinda
Jimmy? Which ones?
The plane crash, the helicopter, and the plane landing in the Potomac, and the one medevac plane that fell in Philadelphia.
We gotta talk about that, which is I wanted to do it tonight, but I totally forgot. So I'm gonna write it down literally right now. I'm getting a notebook because we need to do that. And there was a good video that Jimmy sent me. I haven't watched it yet about psyops, like how to identify them, something like that. And Joe and Fran did a similar video about psyops.
And go ahead and put it in your book that we really need to play that video about tariffs,
Okay, so
because that one's really good. It explains it. It explains it very well.
Jimmy, I would venture to bet another $20 for a break even.
For what?
That this world is changing so fast that everything Ruby's writing down
Uh-huh.
is liable to change by tomorrow. That's how fast
True.
our world events are changing.
You know what that bet's like, Jesse? You know what that bet's like?
Double or nothing? No.
No. That's like waking up and saying that, hey, it's going to be sunny out tomorrow.
Yep.
I agree with you.
That is some crazy stuff.
I'm not going to take that bet.
I know.
Because I would agree with it. Come up with something controversial.
Yeah, because the news is the controversy.
Yeah. Yeah. But we're doing it in such a different way that I have to that's 8 things already for next Tuesday. So you can only imagine from this to next.
There'll be 64.
What was the peak on the live chat tonight? Did y'all see? I was curious. How many people did we have in the live chat at one moment?
I saw 38. I saw number 38.
38?
That's on one channel. Mine was 30 something, but in total we've had 66.
Okay. All right. Well, that's pretty good. That's pretty good for not. See, when we go to talk about something way, way, way serious, I'll promote the crap out of it.
Yeah, but for your channel, Jimmy, it was at a steady 7 the entire 3 hours. But that's
Really?
pretty good in my opinion, because usually it's like 0 or like 1 or 2.
Thank you, everybody. I appreciate y'all tuning in.
Hey, Jimmy, can I
You
tell you
just-
something? In my business, in my industry, in my life, the work of my life is governed by the Environmental Protection Agency. And today, hundreds got fired.
Thousand.
To me, that is like Armageddon to a Jehovah's Witness in my industry. And it hardly making the news because there's so many things happening that hardly anybody's talking about the firing of the Department of Environmental Protection Agency.
Y'all can believe, but Trump is throwing haymakers at the deep state right now, and it's awesome to watch.
Yeah, it's incredible.
That's what's happening right now.
Hey, Jimmy, I think that the left, the common man in the left, they're getting, like you said, haymakers. They're getting hit to the right, to the left. They're like in a boxing match. They don't know what the hell.
Yeah, that's exactly what's going on right now.
Yeah.
It's another waking up phase that we're in. And this time it's mostly from the D side.
Yeah. And you know, when we talk haymakers, they don't usually connect. These are connecting. These
Well,
haymakers. Yeah.
I don't know the term. I was just going with it. This is,
Yeah, that was a good term,
Oh.
haymaker. That's
And
a
I
very
didn't
good
even get to like the conspiracy topics that I want to dive into, because usually at the end of the show when we talk about all the politics stuff, I like I did last week, I'm like, Jimmy, have you seen this conspiracy? So there was
what's the new one?
all right, I think you sent it to me already, but it was about Barron Trump and the Trump with the watch.
Oh yeah, I've seen that one. Yeah, I saw that one about 20 years. Yeah.
What?
Yeah, it's very
Okay,
interesting.
so, okay, Jesse, next Tuesday, we should start off with the conspiracy first because it's fun. There's a new, not new, but
It's
new to
not
me.
new.
Okay, so it's new to me conspiracy about how the Trumps kind of it goes along with time travel, and that there's this book that was written in the 1800s about Donald Trump, and then there was something also about being the last president, and then there was also Barron Trump, that his name was mentioned in another publication. Something like
Ruby, Jesse looks like he has no. He looks like
It's
what
a
the
lot.
heck? So
Yeah, I've never heard nothing like this.
it's only a short video, isn't it?
Yes,
No, I'll look it up. I'll look it up because everybody's
Hold
going
on,
to
play it as a teaser. Play it as a teaser,
Okay.
Okay, teaser, definitely.
and then we'll talk. We'll just play it, and then we'll talk about it later.
Okay, so oh my goodness, I don't even think I bookmarked it. Did you send it to me?
The King Tony sent it to us.
King Tony. Yep. Listen, I told you she's on it. Once
Yeah,
I
I knew about this in 2020.
Okay. That's what
Hey,
it
what
was.
is she smoking? Yeah, are they Cubans?
No, she's
No.
smoking weed. It's legal in New York.
No.
Yep. Okay, I'm looking through the big picture on X chat.
She looks like this elder from 1972, smoking like that. No, I used to know. Yeah. Time. It says Barron Trump time travel conspiracy theory.
Yes, but I'm looking for the clip so I could play it. Okay, I'm gonna have to just search it because I can't find it.
I think when she sent it to me, she sent it to me privately, and I said, "Yep." She said, "You know about this book?" I said, "Yeah."
Yep.
130-year-old mystery.
It's very interesting.
I'll see you guys later. I'm gonna go watch this.
Okay.
That sounds good. I probably won't sleep tonight.
I wanted to see if she.
Yeah, I got it. I think
You got it. Hang on, Jesse.
Okay.
it. Okay.
When do?
So there was a lot in that clip, which Jimmy knows about, and I wanted to talk about that conspiracy, but we'll do it next Tuesday. We'll start off with it because everybody seems to be sharing that, and I'm like, oh.
We have to do our research before next week.
Yeah, exactly. I need to look that up. There was a lot there.
Yeah.
And I already knew about the Tesla stuff, so that was already weird to me that Trump's uncle had like the rights, copyrights or whatever, his plans, patents about time travel or whatever, Nikola Tesla. And I was like, what's that weird connection? And then Elon connection with the Tesla company connection. And now Elon is with Trump on the Trump train. And I was just like, this is weird. But then Jimmy says, no, he's not from the bloodlines. He's not from the 13 bloodlines. And I'm like, Okay. So you know those kids are like, I'm like just thinking and thinking and thinking. And I'm like, I don't know what it is, but we gotta look into it.
Man, I've heard so many things that I don't say. There's things out there that I literally don't say because I already sound crazy enough as it is. But man, there's some other theories out there that'll blow your mind too.
Okay, so I wrote it down so I don't
Hey,
forget.
this is not a theory. This is not a theory. This is just an observation. But when a kid loves his father, I love my father. And if anything hurt my father, I would throw down. But when Barron Trump told Joe Biden it's on, and the way he stands next to his dad, to me, he seems like a kid who absolutely loves his father.
Oh yeah, he does. Oh yeah.
Absolutely loves
I
his
don't
father.
think he said it's on though. Like honestly, I just think he was
I
introduced.
don't know what he said. I don't know what he said, but it's fun to think he said it's on.
That's
Yeah.
I agree with you. We don't know, but it's fun to think it. Because didn't Joe Biden goes like this?
Yeah, his face has completely changed.
And his mom told him, "Be nice, be nice." Yeah.
So let me go ahead and say this is for an ending, I guess, for my part. If you're still watching this video, thank you. I know we sometimes get a little long-winded about stuff, but hey, we do enjoy doing this. It's fun. So, and don't forget about Operation Spotlight. If you haven't sent your letter in and you feel moved to do it, go ahead and get it done. I've gotten confirmation from quite a few people.
Wow.
I think just today alone, I got confirmation on at least 55 letters going in today.
Wow, that's amazing. I have to send mine. Let me know in the chat,
So,
guys.
so I do know they're getting mailed in. So that's good. So I want folks to keep doing it, keep sharing the videos explaining what we're trying to do with Operation Spotlight. And, please, if you're on my channel, please separate the battles that I'm fighting. Please don't hate me because of the stuff I say on the political side. Just fight with me over here against Watchtower, and then over here, okay, all right, we can be cool. We can be cool. Yes. So,
wow.
But thank you for everybody that's been participating in the operation. And the next thing I'm going to send out is going to be letters to Pam Bondi and Kash Patel once he gets confirmed.
Awesome. I look forward to that.
And the last thing is there's people that want to write a letter, kind of like we did with this one, but have it pertaining to the blood issue. And then have a good letter like that, and then send it to RFK once he gets confirmed.
Yeah, that's a great idea. At the end of all of my streams, I'm going to play my own video of Operation Spotlight. So whoever wasn't here or doesn't know what we're talking about can stay on extra 20 minutes at the end of this show to watch that video so that people can get up to speed. And then they can go to that video and download the PDF and send your own letter if you would like to do so.
Yes.
And then I do have to plug in this new podcast that I was a part of. I collaborated with some XJWs on X that have this podcast called The New Heretics. I think that's what it is. And so they uploaded this, the episode that I did with them. Now, I'm going to warn everybody. It is very political. Like I go even farther than what I say on the XJW political corner. They were asking me questions. They were grilling me. They were challenging me. And it was a really good back and forth. One of the co-hosts is also an inquirer into orthodoxy. So we had that in common. We talked about religion. But then the other co-host was actually a lefty, like center left. And so we did a little back and forth with that too. But it was respectful. It was kind. And I'm glad that they finally put it out. We recorded this about a week ago. And Yeah, so I'm going to just read the subject matter. It says XJW Ruby joins the new heretics to advocate for the America First movement and recounts her conversion to Orthodox Christianity post deconstruction. We also discussed the backlash her political shift received within the online XJW community, which led to her start a stream open to right-wing perspectives and debate. Ruby has also launched a letter writing campaign to President Trump requesting an investigation be done into the abuses of Jehovah's Witnesses. Join the effort if you are interested here. So I'm so glad that they incorporated the Operation Spotlight, because I told
Nice.
them to definitely put it before the episode, because that podcast is like 2 hours. But before we get into the conversation, Operation Spotlight will be available to that audience as well. So
Awesome. Good job. Good job, girl.
yes, I am so excited. So now I have to listen back to what the heck I said last week, because I might have to debunk myself. Because I really went in, you know what I'm saying? So it's nice. It's fun.
Where is it, Ruby? On Facebook?
It's on like Apple Podcasts,
Apple.
wherever you get your podcast. But I'm gonna link this in the description so that you can click on it and then you can just press play. You don't have to make an account or whatever.
And Jimmy,
So-
how do you get to your Facebook account? Is it Jimmy Bell?
Yep.
Yeah.
Jimmy Bell. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I was friends with you in the old, and they took you down.
Yeah, a lot, like I said, a lot of people. I shoot them a friend request, or they send me. They're like, "I thought we were friends," or "Why did you delete me?" I'm like, I didn't unfriend anybody. I didn't block anybody. I got banned, and I couldn't tell y'all.
Yeah, but now he's back. He's out of jail, so now he's on.
But if you were following my YouTube channel, then you would have known I got kicked off because I went over there and told everybody.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, so I put the link in the chat. I don't know if you guys can copy paste it, but I'm gonna post it, everywhere. I'm gonna retweet it and post it everywhere.
That's cool.
And then it was so nice that I even gave an open invitation to their co-host to come on my channel and to join the political corner and to share his political beliefs, because he's not afraid to talk about politics, even though he's left wing, which is a good thing. And I told him, I need you on my channel because
Are they Jehovah's Witnesses? Are they ex-Jehovah's Witnesses?
Ex-Jehovah's Witnesses, yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, but we've had a back and forth one time before, like X Spaces, and it got a little heated, and I was just like, this is what I believe in, you know what I'm saying? But then I thanked him. I was like, thank you for for questioning me, criticizing me, so that I can do the work that I need to do to defend my position. So you see, that's a good thing. You shouldn't always be in a group of people that always agree with you. You do need to push back so that you can better defend it. And I thanked him, and he was like, this is why I love you, because you go on a space and you say whatever's on your mind, and you're not afraid, and you come back with a better direction. So that's good. I love that.
See, you guys had what we call a respectful conversation.
Correct.
Yeah.
Kind of like me. Kind of like me and Gilbert.
And that's what's so. And that's what's so important is if I'm going to debate somebody or somebody wants to debate me, I'm completely open to it. But please do it respectfully. No gaslighting, no name calling, or bring your facts, stay on topic, a respectful conversation. And so I'm totally open to those.
When that girl earlier in the 1 hour, when she was saying this stuff about racist Trump, and you see how respectfully Jimmy disagreed with her? Like me, I would have launched a tirade. I would have lost my cool. Because that's how Jehovah's Witnesses.
That's what I learned. See, in 2020, I would have done exactly what you just said.
Right. Yeah.
But I've learned not to do that and how to handle it in a different way, a more respectful way, because if you're going to be mean to somebody and call them a left-wing lunatic and all, you're never going to be able to establish any type of rapport or relationship with that person.
Burn bridges.
Yeah, but you see, then she went on to say later on in the stream, like, oh, I've been watching you, Ruby, and now when I told her about the Little Mermaid, she called me racist, and that's why I said what I said. But you see, I don't care about what people think about me. So if you watched me or if you didn't watch me, and like this is the last thread for you, I don't care. It's not like I'm making money or getting paid to believe in what I believe or anything.
Yep.
So do I care if you stop watching me? No. Do I care if you block me or unfollow me or whatever? No, I don't care. I just don't.
Yeah, me and my wife, we're both Gen X, right? And we sometimes say we have that. I just don't fucking care anymore. You know,
Yeah.
I don't give a. So I've been done with the arguing and fussing and fighting. I'll try to reason with somebody, and I want them to present an argument to me that gets me thinking. Okay, and like you just said, defending your own stuff.
Right.
And so, but if someone doesn't want to listen, whatever. It's all good.
And there was many moments in that podcast that I told him, listen, we just have to agree to disagree because I have a different worldview. And they did ask me, they're like, do you think that orthodoxy would change your worldview? And I was like, damn, that's a good question, because it does kind of intertwine your religious beliefs or ideology with your worldview when it comes to politics. How are you going to vote? That's why we talk about different demographics. There is a Christian vote. There is something called Christian conservatism. And when you dive into those worlds, it gets really heavy on who to vote for. Or when people say, oh, well, you can't be Catholic and vote for a Democrat. You see what I'm saying? So it's like, okay, hold on. Let's revisit this and find out what that is. And I told him, listen, I'm still exploring myself, especially with my new faith, which is I'm learning how to be a real Christian now. So I'm still exploring that. I cannot definitively say something and be like, I'm gonna be so hardcore with it that I'm never gonna be like stubborn. I'm never gonna change my opinion. No, I'm not like that. So even though I am Orthodox, or I just got baptized, or I converted, and I am really heavy into politics, there are gonna come times where those two clash, and you have to stop and make a decision. And those subjects is when you need to pause and take a moment and be like, okay, what's right and wrong with a biblical worldview? And that's why, I do what I do, I say what I say, and I don't really care because that's what I believe.
I think in the world, we're all like Trump now, because for the last 20, 30, 40 years, we had mealy-mouthed liberals on our side. We had the John McCains, we had the Mitt Romneys, we had, reaching across the aisle, George W., a kinder, gentler America. And what happens? We just get spit upon. We just get shit on. And so we're like Donald Trump now. It's it. We're not going to argue no more. It's a full steam ahead. And you guys, if you guys want to leave, go ahead.
I want to address our favorite troll.
Yes, Mr. M.
Where he says, this channel is all about Trump.
Yeah.
Well, bring your happy ass on and let's talk about, we haven't had anybody from that side come on stream.
Exactly.
It's not our fault. It's not our fault that because I'm in a good. It's late and I don't care. Come on the show. I'm ready for it. Let's do this.
Yeah.
But look at what's happening on the other side, though. Look at all the Trump haters, like the Jim Acostas on NBC News and MSN. They're all getting fired. They're all bankrupting. So on the other side, like, for instance, they say, oh, you guys all talk about Trump. Yeah, but all you guys do, remember that SNL skit this Saturday? All they talked about was Trump. They were mocking the liberal media.
I don't watch TV. Sorry, Jesse.
Oh, okay. Yeah, there was a skit where we're not going to talk about Trump. Oh, wait, there's breaking news. And it was all about Trump. Their whole life revolves around Trump. They talk about Trump more than we talk about Trump.
You know why? Because they need the ratings.
Exactly. Whereas I'm just talking about him because he's the current president right now. I would be doing this even if Kamala was president. Okay. So it's not all about Trump, and I don't worship him. Come on, Mr. M. Like, stop playing with me. I am a free agent. Okay. I don't believe 100% in Trump or the Republican Party or whatever. I'm far right. I'm constitutionalist. I'm nationalist. I'm there. Okay.
Well, I could prove it. I could prove you're right on 2 points. The cryptocurrency the other day, when he had all those crypto guys, half of the conservative Republicans were freaking out about it. And with the talk about the jabby yabby, most conservatives will fight Donald Trump tooth and nail on it.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. So he's had a lot of fight.
I'll just say this is one thing I've learned about. And sorry, Mr. M, since you brought it up, we're going to talk about Trump even more. But you got to remember, yeah, the later we get, the wilder it gets. Everything Trump does is a calculated move.
Mm-hmm.
Everything, that's what I've learned about him. Everything he does, there's a reason. There's a reason why he tweets certain things or puts out certain things. There's a reason why he says certain things. And the perfect example, fake news. Everybody thought he was crazy. Now everybody knows news is fake.
Yeah. I don't know. I believe it. Yeah.
So, but you're welcome to come on.
Yeah. I'll bail out for him. I'll be like Boy George. I'll tumble for you. If he comes on, I'll bail out. Yeah.
You don't have to show your face, Mr. M. You could just have your voice and you can speak to these great men and to myself because and you see, this is why I am open with my belief system and just like my ideology and politics and everything, is because I've already done the reading, you know, like I educated myself. And like I told you in that podcast, I said, I'm not going to change my stance just because somebody like Mr. M is in the chat. I'm not going to bend and fold and be like a noodle just because somebody else disagrees with me. I'm not like that.
Again, how much, Ruby, how much has your mind changed about things over the last 3 years?
Oh, yeah, like 1,000 times.
Okay. I wonder if we ask somebody on Mr. M, I'll ask you right now, how many times has your mind changed about things in the last 3 years? And if you can't say, oh, my mind ain't changed about nothing, but Ruby just said her mind has changed over a lot of things.
Yeah.
Who's showing growth? And who's being open? Because I'm okay if you prove me wrong, I'm willing to change my mind about something.
Correct. And you know what, Jimmy? I think Donald Trump and a lot of us conservatives are at the point where we don't care. Like you said, we don't care.
Right.
I don't care about Mr. Trump. Now, in his defense, he has great music that he talks about. Yes, culturally speaking, but politically speaking, I don't care a rat's ass what he thinks. Get on the train or don't. We're going to go forward. It doesn't matter no more. You try to shoot him. He doesn't care about you no more. You try to kill him politically. You try to jail him. You try to bankrupt him. You try to shoot him. He doesn't care what you think politically. He knows the right course for America, whether Mr. M is on our side or not.
Right, right. But there's certain things you can easily change your opinion on with new information, like Jimmy said.
Absolutely.
And then there's other things that, in my opinion, I probably wouldn't change my mind, like believing in Christianity or being a Christian. So certain things like that is a foundation for me, and I grew from there.
And that's fair. That's fair.
Okay. Yeah. No, I only say that because I know I already had conversations with Mr. M, and a lot of people who want to say like, oh, that's fake or this is real. What's real or what's fake is for me to discern and for me to make that decision for myself. Whether or not you believe in God, I don't care. I do. And so when I look at my country, I'm also looking at it through the worldview of biblical standards as well. So a lot of my ideology coincides with the Bible, and I don't care if people have a problem with that. So those are certain things that I probably wouldn't change. But other things, like how I had a good opinion about Elon months ago when I talked to David Weiss, and then after I spoke to him, I said, oh, I changed my opinion really quickly when I looked into what he said about Elon. Then I was like, oh, okay, I need to be careful with Elon. Or just like my perspective on Elon, I changed real quick with that. I changed my opinion about the flat earth. I said, yo, maybe the earth is flat. Oh, damn. You know what I'm saying? So it's like with that new information, you go down the rabbit hole. And then those are certain things that I'm okay to safely change my opinion on. But I'm still rocky. Like I still have identity issues. I still have religious trauma. You know what I'm saying? So I can't go fast forward and just look at everything and bombard my brain with things. No, there's certain things that it's foundational and it's concrete for me that keeps me at the level that I am. So, and that's just me.
Yes. Good. And you know what? Did you ever hear that story about that guy who was shipwrecked and he was dying out in the ocean? and he's praying to God, and then God sends him a submarine to pick him up, and he goes, no, I just prayed to God, God will come. And so God sends a boat, and he goes, the boat's gonna pick him up. Come on, we're gonna pick you up. You're in the middle of the ocean. He goes, no, God's gonna save me. God's gonna save me. And then they leave, and then finally he's about to die in a helicopter. God sends a helicopter. He goes, we're gonna pick you up and take you to safety. He goes, no, thanks, I got it. God's gonna save me. So he dies, goes to heaven, and he tells St. Peter, what happened? What happened? I asked God this, and he goes, listen, God sent you a submarine, he sent you a boat, he sent you a helicopter. And so that's what these people are. It doesn't matter what you say to a lot of people. They'll always hate conservative values. They'll always hate the America first. They'll always hate everything we have to say. There's nothing we could do. So we have to talk about Styx or REO Speedwagon or music from the 80s or 90s, because politically we have nothing in common.
Right.
Nothing in common. Mm-hmm.
Well,
yeah.
Since I haven't mentioned Q tonight,
Yes.
I'm gonna throw one in. There's a Q post that says 4 to 6% lost forever.
Mm-hmm.
Basically meaning no matter what happens, no matter the amount of evidence, no matter the number of treasonous players being taken care of, 4 to 6% of the people will never wake up.
Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, the path is narrow. Not everybody's gonna make it. I believe that.
4 to 6 is very powerful, Ruby. 4 to 6 because
4 to 6%. That's a very big. That can be a big number. I mean, do the math real quick. What's 6% of 330 million?
180,000 or 18?
I don't know. I don't have my calculator with me.
But it's like, for instance,
That's a lot.
Some people think that 7% of the population participated in the Iranian Revolution. So when we saw the picture in 1979 of the Iranian Revolution, it was 7% of the population, and it changed the whole dynamic of a nation.
Yeah.
So 4 to 6% it could sway.
No, it's not going to be that big. It's not this time around. That percentage will not be big enough to sway what's going on. I feel strongly about that.
Yeah, I could agree with that. Because some people just love to believe the lie. You know, they're never gonna wake up. They're just gonna.
Yeah, they're never going to wake up.
Even Jesus had a Judas.
This is why I try to figure out what kind of hat you're wearing. So, because once you figure out what kind of hat somebody's wearing, you know how to talk to them. So, Mr. M is a yellow hat.
Look at Wild Wall.
In my opinion.
Wild Wall has a good, yeah.
What do you say?
Yeah, Wild said 10% of 330 million would be 33 million, right? So 6% is around 16 million.
Okay.
Yeah. Wow, that's big. See, that's big.
But then Mr. M could really be a good resource and a green hat for other subjects. So that's why I appreciate Mr. M.
True.
And you always want the
because
left.
he has said some things that I do agree with. I'll give him that.
Yeah.
And you always want lefties because you could put them in a jar and put them in a museum. So you could show the future generation. Look, this is what losers look like back in the day.
Yeah. And okay, so just to end the stream, we're gonna end it in a few minutes, and then I'm gonna play my video. But just to clarify once again, if you do watch the podcast, and I say this all the time, just when I say things like I'm America first, or I follow and agree with Christian nationalist values and things like that, I'm saying that from the perspective of my own reading and research about what they believe in. I don't subscribe to their fan base or group or any, I'm not a follower. I just look at what people believe in and I take little bits and pieces and I say, okay, I agree with this. I agree with this. And then I form my own kind of, wing of politics and my own little party that I move forward with my ideas. So when I say America first, that doesn't mean I'm a groper, because those are the fans of America first. You know what I'm saying? I agree with some things that Nick Fuentes says, but that doesn't mean I'm a fan or a follower of Nick Fuentes. So I want to clarify that, like just because I'm a Republican on paper doesn't mean I'm a Republican in real life. Like I do not agree with Republican ideas or with Trump specifically. Even though I say make America great again, that doesn't mean I'm MAGA. You know what I'm saying? Like a lot of people like to group in and put
Yep.
themselves in boxes, but I don't do that.
Hello.
Hello.
Yeah. Linda just joined. Hi, Linda.
Hi.
How's
Hello.
it going?
So I just wanted to show you something real quick. You see this thing here? This, like, I wore it for the show one time on my show. See how there's like a circle here?
Oh.
So Mr. M
Yep.
was in the chat that night and accused me of pedophilia.
All right.
Hello. I blocked his ass. He's a troll. It's very confrontational that just thought I'd mention my experience with him. And
Linda,
then he bitched at me another
Linda,
day because I blocked him. Go ahead.
Linda, can I tell you why that was the case?
Yeah.
And I'm being serious. If he accused, okay. So did he accuse you of pedophilia?
He was telling me that I was wearing the symbols of it. And it was one of those days it was super hot and I soaked this thing down. It's a Hawaiian shawl.
Okay.
It's tie-dyed and everything, and it has a circle on it. I make earrings that look like that.
I know.
It's not my fault that pedophiles have taken it and used it.
Well, so he's right in the fact that symbol, now granted, you're using it for a different purpose. I get that. You may not even have known that this was a symbol, but that symbol, according to the FBI and many other places, that is a symbol for pedophilia.
Correct. But it doesn't have to be. It could be. Jimmy, what I'm saying is, it could be innocent. Somebody.
I know. But what I'm saying, I get that.
Mm-hmm.
But what I'm saying is, if you wear that symbol, people that know what that is may say something to you about it because they may think, hey, do you know what that symbol actually stands for?
Right.
So I don't think Mr. M was being confrontational or anything like that. I think he was just
because I was explaining to him what it was, and I'm sorry, he kept going, and I was just like, no, I hear what you're saying, and I do know it represents what it represents, but I'm not going to throw out this cool-looking shawl because somebody else or a certain group has bastardized a cool little circle thing. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I get that because there's
I hear you, Jimmy. I appreciate what you're saying. I do.
There's symbols throughout history that had a good purpose and were turned to be a negative purpose.
Right.
Correct.
So that's happened in history. So I understand where you're coming from, but I also understand where he was coming from about seeing, because when you showed the shirt, that was the first thing that caught my eye was that symbol.
Yeah. Because everybody knows that.
Hey, the same thing happened to me. I bought a drawer. Me and my wife bought a drawer for the kids, and I was refurbishing it. And you know the little handles that you pull out? They had that symbol, that Linda, and somebody told me that. That's the first time I've heard about that. And my blood ran cold. I didn't know what the hell they were talking about.
Yeah.
And they showed me that video that Mike and Kim did a while back about it. The what's it called? The two cartoon characters from JW.org. It was in there. I didn't know anything about
Caleb and Sophia.
Yeah. So I kept it because it was a drawer that I bought used. It was a drawer and I refurbished it. And they were nice silver looking chrome door handles, pull handles. And when somebody told me that, I felt terrible. Because you don't know what the hell. You bought it with the most innocence of, it's just a piece of furniture.
I mean, you can kind of look at it this way, and I hate to even go this route, but it's this. If I was wearing a Nazi symbol.
Yep. They changed the symbol for that too. That used to mean peace. And now they
but if I was wearing it, what do you think someone would initially say if I was wearing that?
You
Hey,
know?
dude, you're a Nazi.
Yeah,
Hey,
that
dude,
you're
you're a Nazi. Yeah. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
exactly.
But then I would say, well, you do know that this symbol goes back thousands of years and it meant something totally different, right?
Yeah. People don't
So
care. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I acknowledge what he said, but he just wouldn't let it go, and it was just it just got to the
Well, in
point
all,
where it was just like I was done.
yeah, in all fairness, I think me and Mr. M have a love-hate relationship. I don't know.
Maybe so.
Because there's some things that he will agree with me on, and there's other things that he'll like totally. And then I actually did block him early on.
Mr. M just said, "I'm sorry if you took it the wrong way. If that was for me, thank you, sweetheart."
Yeah, that was for you.
I did block him on Twitter in the beginning of this, whatever you want to call it.
Yeah.
And that's because he wouldn't shut up about Trump. So I was like, let's go to something else.
That's the thing. It was he wouldn't shut up, and I was just like, I think I'm done with this.
Hey, Linda, if I was hit with the same thing on that drawer.
Yeah, I hear you.
I was just speechless. I didn't know what. I had nothing, no research on it, nothing. So I just had to sit there and take it, you know.
Yeah. Anyways, I just wanted to be like, homeboy's a troll. But thank you, Mr. M, for saying that to me. I appreciate that a lot. And I'll let y'all go because I know you're closing up the show. But I just wanted to come on here and go. This happened.
Yeah.
Good talking with you, Linda.
And you know, I'm assuming he's an ex Jehovah's Witness like the rest of us, and
I don't
deserves
know
to
what
be
he
here
is.
and everything. I don't know.
Yeah.
But I'll let y'all go. Talk to you later.
Okay, I'm gonna head on out too, guys. Good night. Good night. Possibly Jimmy.
Bye, Jesse. Good night.
Good night.
Yeah, I think some people were hopping on and saying, "Oh, is this live?" Jeffrey just commented, and we are live, but we are about to close it up.
Yeah, we've been almost 4 hours again.
Yeah, and you know what? I do have a good example about what Linda just said, because back in 2013, 2014, me and King Tony went to a jean store, Levi, down in Soho area, and I was wearing a rainbow belt. And the guy who was saying, "Oh, what kind of jeans you want?" Yada yada. He was really, really, gay, and he saw my belt and he said, "Wow, I really love your belt." And I looked at it and I said, "Oh, well, thank you." But I had no clue what he was actually alluding to. So he was looking at me really deep in my eyes, and I was like, "Okay, like it's rainbow, leave me alone." And he was like, "No, I really like it." And it was like he was trying to tell me something without saying anything. And I'm looking at Tony like, "Yo, why is this guy like so close to us in our face, acting all girly?" And I knew nothing about that they took the rainbow as their symbol of pride. As soon as we came home and I told that experience to my family, they looked at the belt and they said, "Take it off right now." I took it off and I said, "But what's wrong with it? It's beautiful. It's wrong rhinestones, and it was a beautiful belt." And I felt like Linda. I'm like, I'm not gonna throw away this belt just because they took it and they use it for whatever they want. Why can't I wear something rainbow without people thinking that I'm gay? Like that was hard for me to accept, that it doesn't matter what I think or how I want to appropriate something to my liking. It doesn't matter because the world says rainbow is gay. The world says the Nazi symbol is Nazi. The world says that symbol is pedophilia. So it doesn't matter whether or not you want to change it or use it for yourself. The world already knows what it is, and they're going to label you as whatever you're wearing as that. And that used to get me so angry and sick that I had to self-censor what I wear, what I put on. I had to be careful about the coloring. I had to be careful. And I just can't live in a regular society who doesn't take it that way. You know what I mean?
Yep. I agree.
Yeah, misunderstood. Like, I hate that. Yeah, so thank you guys for joining. I am so happy that Jimmy joined, King Tony, Doreen, Gigi, Jesse, Linda, everybody who was in the chat. This was a really great show. We're gonna end it now, and next Tuesday I already have about 10 things on this list that we didn't even get to tonight. So
sounds good. Send me
all
the
right,
list.
everybody.
Good night, everyone.
Good night, everybody. So I'm going, for anybody who doesn't know about Operation Spotlight, I am going to video of mine is about 20 minutes long. If you've already seen it, if you already know what Operation Spotlight is, then you may go now. Have a great night. I'm in the East Coast, so it's 12:49 p.m. So I'm going to play this clip for those of you who don't know about Operation Spotlight. And then I guess I'll see you next Tuesday on this show, XJW Political Corner. But I will see you Friday night for JW News. And there's a whole bunch of news in the XJW world when it comes to Jehovah's Witnesses. So just be prepared for that crazy stuff happening. Thank you to everybody in the chat. Eric, good night. Ladybud, thank you so much for staying the entire show. Like, that's crazy. Wild, have a good night. Mr. M, my favorite troll, love you. Good night. And I'll see you guys on Friday and next Tuesday. Bye, guys. If you would like to get more involved in the activism side of the XW community, this video is for you. We need your help to share this everywhere. And we do have this letter campaign ready to download, print, sign, and send to the White House. If you don't know what I'm talking about, get ready. I am going to explain a lot of information that we have discussed on several live shows this past week. Letter writing campaign for XJWs. A letter writing campaign has been initiated by Jimmy Bell and a small group of activists in our community dedicated to bringing awareness to the human rights abuses of Watchtower, also known as the Jehovah's Witnesses, to our elected officials in the United States of America. But this is a worldwide effort, and we are calling to action everyone who sees this post to join us in this campaign. A template will be dropped to download and sign to send to the White House. This letter can be accompanied with your own. If you are a content creator, we would like to collaborate to spread this message as far as we can. Please share on all platforms the announcement photo I have included. For more information, please check out Jimmy Bell's YouTube channel linked here. Click the live tab and watch his videos pertaining to Operation Spotlight. We will be going live for updates. So far, these are the countries that are already on board with this campaign: United States of America, Canada, Mexico, Austria, Norway, Australia, New Zealand, Spain, Chile, Peru, Venezuela, United Kingdom, Romania, Finland, Colombia. And here is the digital flyer that I created for all of us to share.
I have a confession. I regret not trying therapy soon.
It says, important announcement, Operation Spotlight, a call to action for all XJWs worldwide. Join our letter writing campaign to President Trump and our local officials to investigate Watchtower. For more information, check out live streams on Jimmy Bell's YouTube channel. Links will be provided in the caption. I am so pleased to announce that with the small team that Jimmy Bell has gathered within our community, the PDF file is ready to share. And I have already printed mine. I am going to sign this and send it as soon as possible. And we would like you to join us in this worldwide campaign. I mean, I know this might sound triggering, but we are not new to letter writing. And we can use the skills that we have learned when we used to be Jehovah's Witnesses to help unwitness and bring exposure to the abuses and human rights violation that Watchtower has been committing for decades. If you are interested in what this letter has to say, I will read it to you. Dear Mr. President, subject, urgent request for federal investigation into the Jehovah's Witness organization and Watchtower Bible and Tract Society. I am writing as a deeply concerned citizen regarding serious allegations of child sexual abuse, human rights violations, and systemic cover-ups within the Jehovah's Witness organization. The Watchtower Bible and Tract Society of Pennsylvania, along with its affiliated entities, headquartered in Warwick, New York, operates at the helm of a global network that enforces strict adherence to anti-secular policies worldwide. Some of these policies undermine governmental sovereignty by effectively substituting a country's judicial system with its own internal mechanisms. In cases of CSA, the Jehovah's Witness organization creates, monitors, and enforces rules that strip victims of their rights. These policies shield abusers, silence victims, and replace legal processes with internal judicial procedures that defy U.S. laws. Given the severity of these concerns, I respectfully urge your administration to initiate a formal federal inquiry into the Jehovah's Witness policies and practices specifically regarding CSA cover-ups, obstruction of justice, misuse of the 501c3 tax-exempt charitable status, suppression of voting rights, and coercive shunning practices. Jehovah's Witnesses and Presidential Executive Authority. Jehovah's Witnesses operate under a structured hierarchical system that functions as a centralized governing body, exercising control over millions of members across the United States and the world. The organization's actions and policies could be subject to federal scrutiny under multiple legal and constitutional frameworks. Executive orders on religious freedom and human rights. Executive power has historically been used to protect civil liberties and investigate institutions that violate federal law. Given that the Jehovah's Witness policies infringe upon the constitutional rights of their members, particularly regarding forced shunning and suppression of voting rights, your administration could examine whether these policies violate federal protections under constitutional freedom laws, human rights statutes, and non-discrimination mandates. Presidential authority to direct federal agencies. The Department of Justice, the Internal Revenue Service, and the Department of Health and Human Services have the authority to investigate organizations that fail to comply with federal laws on child protection, tax-exempt status, and human rights violations. Your administration has the executive authority to direct these agencies to initiate such an investigation into Jehovah's Witnesses. Human rights protections under international agreements. As the United States is a signatory to multiple human rights treaties, including the United Nations Universal Declaration of Human Rights and the United Nations Convention on the Rights of the Child, the federal government must intervene when an institution is engaged in practices that amount to human rights abuses, such as coercive shunning, CSA cover-ups, and forced disassociation from family and support networks. Key concerns. Number 1, failure to report child sexual abuse. Despite mandatory reporting laws in many states and countries, Jehovah's Witnesses have historically failed to report CSA cases to law enforcement as an organization. Instead of reporting to law enforcement, high-ranking members are mandated to hear and determine the veracity of survivors' complaints of sexual crimes through the internal court-like process. This practice insulates the Jehovah's Witness organizations from liability. It aids abusers to escape criminal sanctions and allows them to continue harming children in the community. Number 2, obstruction of justice through the two-witness rule. The internal court-like process enforces a policy requiring 2 credible eyewitnesses to substantiate allegations of CSA before any disciplinary action can be taken. This rule overwhelmingly protects abusers, as CSA typically occurs in secrecy. Additionally, the policy presumes that children are not credible witnesses, making it nearly impossible for survivors to meet the required standard of proof. If a survivor cannot meet this requirement, their complaint is dismissed as unsubstantiated, allowing abusers to remain in the community without consequence. The organization's emphasis on confidentiality ensures that allegations remain hidden, while members are instructed to prioritize protecting the reputation of the organization over individual grievances. This practice not only silences victims, but also deters many from seeking justice externally, further eroding their legal rights under U.S. laws. As a result, allegations are often dismissed internally, delaying or outright preventing reports to law enforcement. These delays severely impact survivors' ability to seek justice within the time frame set by criminal and civil statutes of limitations. The Jehovah's Witnesses organizations have concealed thousands of CSA cases worldwide. They have destroyed evidence and silenced victims, violating federal obstruction statutes 18 U.S. Code 1512. The Australian Royal Commission determined that the organization's response to CSA allegations showed a serious lack of understanding of the nature of child sexual abuse. Number 3, misuse of 501c3 tax-exempt status. The Watchtower Bible and Tract Society and its associated entities benefit from a tax-exempt status under IRS Code 501c3 as religious and charitable organizations. Yet, despite being made aware of these issues, it prioritized secrecy over the welfare of children by continuing to use harmful practices, harmful policies that violate its tax-exempt obligations. These harmful policies include failure to protect minors, despite multiple court rulings exposing CSA cover-ups, obstruction of public health efforts, and a failure to remain politically neutral, removing presidential letters from government food relief boxes during COVID-19, religious coercion through financial dependency, where shunned members lose family, housing, and support networks, refusal to review, revise, and comply with moral obligation policies that cause harm to their members.
They're implementing another work platform again.
Number 4, suppression of voting rights and constitutional violations. The Jehovah's Witness organization explicitly prohibits their members from voting, arguing that political participation divides families. Jehovah's Witnesses forbid members from voting, claiming neutrality, yet their policies strip individuals of their fundamental democratic rights. This suppression has far-reaching implications for civic participation and self-governance. The shunning policies have been documented as a cause of severe familial division, depression, and even suicide. Restricting members' fundamental right to vote is a violation of their constitutional freedoms. Number 5, harmful shunning practices and constitutional violations. The organization enforces a strict policy of disfellowshipping, shunning, whereby individuals, including minors, who leave, question, fail to comply, or disagree with the policies are cut off from family, friends, and essential support systems. This practice violates multiple constitutional protections. The first one being the First Amendment, freedom of religion and association. While the First Amendment protects the right of religious organizations to set their own internal policies, religious freedoms do not extend to coercive practices that infringe upon personal autonomy, legal, familial rights, or adherence to U.S. laws. The Jehovah's Witnesses' strict control over members, denying them the right to associate freely with family members unless they adhere to the faith, constitutes religious coercion. The 14th Amendment, Due Process and Equal Protection Clause. The Jehovah's Witness shunning policy systematically excludes former members from family relationships and access to community resources, effectively punishing individuals without due process. Forced exclusion from family and community resources violates equal protection laws and disproportionately harms minors and vulnerable adults. Violation of federal anti-coercion laws. Jehovah's Witnesses use economic, social, and psychological pressure to enforce compliance with their policies. This leads to documented cases of severe depression, homelessness, and suicide. Courts have ruled in similar cases that religious institutions may be liable for coercive practices that cause undue harm to individuals, especially when such harm leads to family estrangement, loss of employment, or mental health crisis. Number 6, global and domestic investigations. The Jehovah's Witnesses policies regarding CSA and religious coercion have drawn government scrutiny worldwide. Notable actions include United States. Pennsylvania Attorney General Michelle Henry is conducting an ongoing investigation into Jehovah's Witnesses' handling of CSA allegations, including misconduct by elders. Norway. The government has defunded and deregistered the religion due to human rights concerns. Japan, New Zealand, Spain, Brazil, the UK, and Argentina have also launched formal inquiries into the organization's practices in response to CSA. Australia, the Royal Commission into Institutional Responses to Child Sexual Abuse, Case Study 29, revealed widespread CSA cover-ups within the jurisdiction of Australia. This investigation heard testimony that the American Organization of Jehovah's Witnesses requires their Australian branch of Jehovah's Witnesses to keep detailed case files of allegations, reports, or complaints of CSA. Evidence presented at the Royal Commission show that although survivors made internal complaints against 1,006 members, none of these were reported to authorities by the Jehovah's Witness organization. When asked to revise its policies to protect children, the Jehovah's Witness headquarters organizations refused to change the way it responds to allegations of CSA. As a result, the Royal Commission concluded that the Jehovah's Witness organization demonstrated a serious failure to protect children and that children are not adequately protected from the risk of child sexual abuse in the Jehovah's Witness organization.
Madison? Oh my God. I'm like a little shit.
Their refusal demonstrates that the Jehovah's Witness organization is knowingly and willfully endangering the well-being of its most vulnerable members. Call to action. Mr. President, we assert that the Jehovah's Witnesses' control over their global network, along with the policies and practices used respond to allegations of CSA, undermined judicial investigations, violate fundamental rights, and contradict the principles of charitable work. As a group of tax-exempt entities, their actions erode public trust, place children at a foreseeable risk of harm, and prioritize institutional protection over individual welfare. Protecting vulnerable children and upholding justice is a moral and legal imperative for charities. We respectfully request: 1. The DOJ investigate Jehovah's Witnesses for CSA cover-ups and obstruction of justice. 2. The IRS review and revoke the Watchtower's 501c3 tax-exempt status if it fails to comply with charitable organization standards. 3. Authorize the HHS to assess the psychological and social harm caused by coercive shunning practices. And number 4, a public hearing like those conducted in Australia, Norway, and the UK. Survivors deserve justice, and the public deserves to be reassured that the taxes they pay are being used to benefit and support people instead of causing harm. By launching this investigation, your administration will send a clear message that no organization, religious or otherwise, is above the law when it comes to protecting children and vulnerable people. If you require additional resources, myself and the creators of this document, Jimmy Bell, Monica Kincaid, and Shelley Jean Briot, can provide additional evidence and connect you with survivors. We offer our support in any way possible. Please find our contact details below. Thank you for your leadership in upholding justice and protecting vulnerable citizens. I look forward to your response and trust in your commitment to justice, protecting our constitutional freedoms and child protection. Sincerely, and then you would put your signature, your name, and the date. Operation Spotlight, and they also include the email. I think this letter is amazing. It covers every base that we all talk about in the SJW community as content creators, YouTubers, activists. I made my entire channel to talk about CSA issues when it hit home, because I do care about the Jehovah's Witness children who are forced to be Jehovah's Witnesses. And when they grow up and they don't want to be Jehovah's Witnesses anymore, they are shunned. That is a violation of their freedom of religion. They should be able to choose what they want to do with their life religiously, and they shouldn't have to be punished for it or lose their family, friends, their whole community just because they don't want to be a witness anymore. I have personally dealt with that. So this letter and our personal experiences can all come together for the greater good in exposing the human rights violations that the Watchtower has been doing to us. If you want this letter, please email me. It is in the link in my bio. Or join the XJW Friends Discord server. I already have the PDF file there. You can download it, print it, sign it, mail it. This is a worldwide effort. If you are not in the United States and would like to participate, please do so. Send this letter to President Trump. Use the hashtag Operation Spotlight so we can see your photos, videos, posts regarding this letter. And also, let us know where you are watching from. Let us know where you are sending your letter from. We want to add more countries to this list. Thank you so much for watching this video, guys. And I hope that all of you guys will be able to participate. I will be sending mine soon. Jimmy already sent his. King Tony is sending hers. Another ex-mutual just texted me that he sent his. So I'm really excited to be a part of this. You know, not everybody can go to a protest or, you know, fly to DC for a protest or, you know, protest in front of the White House. But I think this is a great way for us to get involved if this is your first time. It's very easy. You can be anonymous. Nobody has to know. But you'd know. Deep down inside, you know that you did something to expose Watchtower. Thank you for watching this video, and I'll catch you in the next one.
I'm a gun-throwing patriot, God-fearing patriot. Pricing why they mad, cause I'm really Navy faking it. Free speech advocate, it's on my mind, I'm saying it. I'm about to buy another gun and ain't nobody taking it. Gun-throwing patriot, God-fearing patriot. Pricing why they mad, cause I'm really Navy faking it. Free speech advocate, it's on my mind, I'm saying it. I'm about to buy another gun and ain't nobody taking it.
All red MAGA flags waving through the South like we just want 4 more years. Democrats can't get right. Trumping with that Yeezy flow. Don't go broke on Sleepy Joe. Make America great again.